How are you guys doing this evening?
Hey, Overlord. I'm very well. Don't know about you
Yeah,
guys.
very well. I'm
Yeah,
good. I'm good. Got some good rest.
it's
Was it
sunny.
a
We've
nice
had
day
like
there?
two whole days of sun so far. It's been quite
Wow.
amazing. Actually feels kind of like spring.
No rain?
No rain. Like
The whole
actually
day?
none. Yeah,
You must be dreaming. You must be
yeah.
dreaming.
It is a
Can't
bit. It is
possibly
a
be
bit
wrong.
weird. Yeah, yeah.
How are
It's
you
pretty
doing
good.
today, Overlord?
Hello.
Hi, Leslie. How are you doing? Welcome to come. Welcome to come. Welcome. Thank you for coming.
Well, welcome.
Welcome. Welcome. Um,
Hey,
so
Leslie.
I guess so we don't have a bunch of rambly unless you want to just ramble for a moment uh, to give people time to get in. We should introduce ourselves, or we should ramble for a bit and then introduce
Yeah.
ourselves. What would you like to do, Harry?
A little bit of both.
A little bit of both. Well,
Just
I
sort of
am.
introduce ourselves in a sort of ramble, or we can just introduce ourselves in a rambling manner, like I've already instigated here.
Mm, well, we are the Society of Secretly Perfect Poets, and I am Angelique from the Breath of Daydreams.
And I'm Harry, Hop the Poet.
And in the room, we have VJHD Ryder, the Overlord. And we are here today well, we're going to get to that in a bit. We'll get to that after we ramble for a moment. That way we don't slide away from it. Leslie
Hmm.
says, animation time. Animation. No, we are not doing the animation thing. That was horrible, Leslie. Horrible.
That
Why are
was
you encouraging that?
terrifyingly wonderful. I did like it, but not for the ways it was that,
No,
it wasn't intended to be liked in the way I liked it.
no. I mean, if it had been, oh, watch this morphing person
It looked like those
delve into a
movies that
nightmare.
used to be made in like the early 2000s, and they were like animation overlays of real people, but it gave it this trippy effect where the
Yes,
faces would change depending on their movement. It was pretty much
it
like
was
that. It reminds
horrible.
me of
It
that, like a
was.
Scanner Darkly, movies like that.
Yes,
There's
yes,
another,
and
there was an earlier one than that.
they looked nothing like us, nothing like us at all. Leslie's, it was
Yeah,
awesome. Leslie, Leslie, have you been taking your medications? No,
it
Leslie's
kind
not on
of,
medication,
it kind
but
of was.
no,
It
it
kind of was
wasn't. Y'all are
awesome.
crazy. Y'all are insane. Y'all are insane. I looked possessed and not anything like myself. I
Yeah, you have like some eyes floating down there or something like
Yeah,
that, or your eye doubles up, and then I just turn into a completely different
in
person for a
person.
second, which
Yes.
is pretty. That was pretty cool. It was like someone having a nightmare about us, I think, like someone that has watched our life and having some
Well,
terrible
that's
nightmare about us.
understandable. I guess if you've watched our
Exactly.
lives, it's very possible that you've had a nightmare about us, huh?
No, it all seems like a wonderful dream.
And Leslie says, yes, I have. I am on Allegra. Well, Allegra causes you
I don't
to
know what that is.
hallucinate badly, apparently.
Is that I went to school with a girl named Allegra?
I've read that that's a woman's name, but I have never met anyone named Allegra before. I thought, who would name their child after a sinus medicine, allergy medicine?
I
But
think it's.
obviously,
I
the
think it.
allergy medicine was named
It's
after
definitely
the.
not. It's definitely not an English name. Anyway, I think there's some possibly towards Middle Eastern maybe
Oh, really?
descent.
Yeah, I'd never heard it. And I mean, I never knew it was a name until I had read it's a name. And then I was like, why are they naming a medicine someone's name? That's so messed
Yes, I've been taking Steve for years now.
up. Right? Um, so, shall we get started? Yes, it is. It means happiness.
Oh, there we
Oh,
go.
that
That's nice.
explains why they would do that. That
It sounds
explains
kind of
why they would do
Italian
that.
though, doesn't it? Not Middle Eastern. It sounds more
Allegra.
Italian, doesn't it? Allegra.
Yeah, it does. Well, I know it's a term in music, I think, if I
Allegro.
remember correctly. Allegro, that's right.
Allegro, is that right? Yeah,
I don't know. I don't remember because it's been a while, and so my names have fluttered away.
that's interesting. Leslie, it's fine.
Hi, how are you doing, Kylie? It's nice to see you here.
Hey,
Hope you're having a good day today. And so I think since we have some people in the room, because I can see that we have some people in the room, even though they're being so quiet. Hush, hush, hush. Shall we get this
it
started?
is the Society of Secretly Perfect Poets. So,
Well, it is. So that means we hide in the corners and under the bed, up on the bookshelves. Nobody comes out. Hold really still. And if we hold really, really still, you can't see us.
mm-hmm. Is that
Oh yeah.
cats or is that dinosaurs?
Oh, that's cats. That cats are cats, dinosaurs,
It's
top
basically the same thing.
predators. There really any difference? Yeah. So as we said before, I am Angelique. Oh, hey Ash. Shh. Yes, I am Angelique from the Breath of Daydreams.
I'm Harry, Hop the poet.
VJHD.writer, the Overlord, is in the room, along with several other members of the society that we see are in the room. And we are the Society of Secretly Perfect Poets. We are a community of poets on Instagram who love to get together and write to prompts. We write to fun prompts. We write to serious prompts. We write to prompts that challenge us and to get out of our comfort zones. And sometimes, whenever a really good topic comes up, like for example, it is uh, Child Abuse Prevention Awareness Month, we write to that as well because it's a good thing to write to and get awareness out to. And we like to
Yeah.
make a difference like that. So we like to
And we
say,
like to give people a safe place. It's just like a safe platform where people can share whatever they feel comfortable with. And we take great pride in that.
yes, we really promote that um, our members be able to speak to each other if they want to. No pressure on having to go around and like everything and comment on everything or participate. We have a 1 month, uh, one poem a month minimum rule, which isn't a lot because most of our poets are quite prolific. And uh,
And we have several prompts running at the same time anyway,
we
like
do.
weekly. So
We
there's
do. So
plenty of
it's,
opportunity.
yeah, so it's just about having a nice, safe place to let your creativity blossom and grow and shift and explore and have fun. And like we've said many times now, one of the things I just love most about it is every single person in the society has their own unique voice and they speak out
Mm.
their unique voice. We range from early 20s up into the almost 80. Um, it's a nice, diverse group of poets. I think we're on one, two, three, five different continents or four different continents around the world. So
International,
we are
international
international.
kitties.
So it's really nice. I know every time I read all of y'all's poetry, I think I take something new in, and I'm like, oh, that was really cool how they did that, or ooh, I like the way the perspective they came at this from or the direction they came at this from, and I think it helps me grow um,
Yeah,
as a
and it's
poet, and I
nice
love
watching
that.
watching other people grow, and also like the collaborations that are like unusual collaborations sometimes that are sparked between people just
Yeah,
because they're there, or we have the group chats there that stimulates interesting conversation, and the ongoing couplet chain train of
yeah,
infinity, which is quite good fun. So there's
yes.
like
We
there's
have the
always
couplet
something
chain
going
of
on to
infinity,
flex some kind of
creative
poetical
muscle.
muscle. Yeah, creative muscle. That sounds good.
Yeah, we have a chit chat where people can talk, or anytime someone just wants to come in and throw up a random poem, and then people improv off of it. That occurs too on occasion. So it's a nice little cash environment, I think. And
Hmm.
so we say, enter all who seek meowrific community values.
Friendships shall be found amongst the paw prints of poetic ink.
And every Friday we do a mission impossible, like dun 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 dun, or meow meow meow, meow meow meow. Come on, do it. Meow meow meow, purr purr, meow meow meow. Oh yeah. And
Yeah.
you're not doing it? Oh, no fun. Um, and this week's Friday was for Child Abuse Prevention Month. And so, what we asked, it's Child Abuse Prevention Month in many countries around the world. And we asked our poets to write a poem that would be raising awareness of child abuse prevention. They had to write a 20-line minimum. And normally, we make our poems be 3 words per line to count as one of the lines, but due to the topic of this, and because we wanted people to be able to write what they were feeling, because it is very personal to some people, we had no
Hmm.
word limit on the lines of what makes a line this month. And then we
Just trying to
also,
give people as much of a chance to express themselves in the way that they felt comfortable. Really, I think,
yes,
wasn't it?
yes,
While still, it's still a writing challenge.
yes,
Less of a challenge, more of an encouragement to
an
to write.
encouragement.
Really,
Yes.
yeah.
And so it's also everybody to wear blue day. The Friday that it come up here in Texas, where I'm at, it was a blue day to raise the awareness. Different places have you wear different colors for support for different things. And so as part of the challenge, we had everybody include the word blue in their poem. It's a hard topic, so there were no other rules other than use a trigger warning if you post, because this is a topic that is challenging for some people. And so we did want people to be warned that they would be reading about that. And then we give golden tickets in the society for if you go that extra mile. And so this time, for that extra mile in your piece, you had to use 10 synonyms of blue, be it the color, the emotion, 10 synonyms. And we had several poets who did that. So,
Mm.
and hats off to them, because I thought about it and then I was like, no, I can't. So I
I
think that
yeah,
they did it.
I definitely couldn't. And well, everyone that's done it, as is the tradition with most people that do these things, they blend them quite terrifically.
Yes, they did. In fact, a couple of them blended them so well that it wasn't until I went back and reread them, I was like, oh, wait a minute. Oh, oh,
This is one, and this is
this is
one,
one.
and
Yes.
this is one.
Yeah. Y'all got to start telling us if y'all go for a golden ticket and y'all are some of these people that are like, oh, I am just going to slip it in there and you're never going to, please say golden ticket. So we look for it. Because if you slip it in so well that we
Yeah, you're
don't
that
see it,
good
you're
that
that
you
good.
do the prompt so well that we don't actually realize you've done it. I mean,
Yes,
that's
that
a
would suck
testament
for
to how
you.
good you are as a poet, but it just means you'll miss out on the actual special treatment you get for us realizing you have.
It is. And I'm so excited for whenever the posts go up after the show, because for this week's post, I made warrior kitties uh, for all of the kitties, inspired by the person's
Yes, we
kitty,
have
because
our,
children,
our guardian our guardian
yes,
kitties.
our
They
guardian
are awesome.
kitties,
They're really good.
because children often do that with imaginary friends or with their animals or something, don't they? You're my guardian, and they create the
Yeah,
story. So we like that. So
yeah. They're quite
everybody ready
epic.
to get
They're
started?
quite dramatic.
Oh, epic. Thank you. Everybody ready?
Epic. Yeah, it's a cringe word to use, isn't it?
Hmm.
Anyway, I think I'm ready. Yeah.
So, what we're going to do tonight is we're going to read the poems, and then we're going to have a little bit of discussion about the poems. We invite y'all to communicate with and join the conversation. And we hope to spread just what little bit of extra awareness we can humbly spread as well, so as to make the conversations more comfortable to speak on, because these are topics that do need spoken on, and don't need to be hidden away.
Yeah. They don't
And
want to
so
be.
this is our little
Don't want to
part.
be treated with fear and have that stigma of you're the bad person for talking about it, and that's completely the opposite of
Yes.
the opposite attitude that should be. I mean, you should be comfortable. One should be comfortable to come forward about these things so that, you know, normalizing, fixing can occur. You know?
Yes. Yes. The more we're comfortable talking about difficult or taboo subjects, the easier we can bring to attention in public that it's occurring and perhaps make some change.
Stop them from being
Stop them
taboo.
from, yes, to talk
Stop
about
them
them.
being what they are.
Yes. So, you ready to begin?
Yeah. So the first one we have is by Sharon, Inksomnia Poetry, and is this the title or just what it was written to?
Sharon is one of the poets who often does not title her work. So,
Okay.
if somebody did not title their work, that is what is going on the title.
Okay. So this is by Sharon, Inksomnia, written for the Child Advocacy Prompt. They didn't ask to be born. They don't deserve your scorn. They don't deserve neglect. They're not a noose around your neck. They don't deserve to hurt like dogs in the dirt. They don't deserve to know things they shouldn't as they grow. They don't deserve to fret. They shouldn't have to feel upset. They don't deserve lonely tears, no one to soothe away their fears. They do deserve your best effort for you to be fully present. They deserve arms that hold them gently, hugs and kisses, and love aplenty. They deserve to live strong and free, to grow into what they dream to be. They didn't ask for anything at all. If life is hard, it's not their fault.
I like that she delivers the message with her. Well, she's delivered it in that rhyme, that flowy rhyme that she often does, that just kind of makes it stick with you and makes
Yeah.
you drink it in. But I like what she's pointing out. She's just saying, hey, don't tell a kid that they deserve this. Don't pin what goes on in a child's life if it's out of their control on them.
And the way it's written, like you said, with that rhyme, and it's the simplicity. If they didn't ask for this, they don't deserve it. This because it kind of is simple. The way she's saying it is straightforward, and the message is simple because it is quite simple. They don't deserve to be treated. They don't deserve to be neglected. It's quite simple.
Yeah, and I like that uses the word deserve, because so often, and as she goes down listing all the things, so often in these situations, one of the things that, and it's something that affects the child mentally on top of whatever might be going on physically, is one of the things that often occurs is, as this is happening to them, the adult is saying, you deserve this. This is
Mm.
why this is happening. You
You're
deserve
you're
this.
making
You're
me do
making me
this,
do
or
it.
yeah, see,
Yes.
this is what you made me do, sort of thing.
Yes. So I like that subtle call out to both, to the adults going, no, no, they don't, but also to the child saying, you don't deserve it. So I think that was a really smart and thoughtful way of writing about this, and where it will
It's
also
kind
still
kind
reach
of
everyone. It's very
blunt and
comfortable.
yeah, kind of blunt and direct in its simplicity and laying out. But it
Yes.
doesn't feel aggressive. It's not sort of
No.
imposing a blame. It's just like try and understand these simple things. It's kind of
Yeah.
obvious. It's yeah, it's
Yes.
highlighting the innocence and yeah,
And
the
I
fact it's
and
not
I
not their fault.
Yes, and I like the way she slips down into they do deserve your best effort for you to be fully present. They deserve arms that hold them gently, hugs and kisses and loves aplenty. I mean, she's listing all these things that are positive affirmation, nurturing things. And I
Yeah,
think that's a
I
nice
like
way
the
to
way
come
she
back
switched it
to.
halfway through. Because I mean,
Yes.
it's not like it switches the negativity or anything, but it stops it from being kind of instructional and telling. Yeah,
Well, they often say if you're going to tell someone don't do this or this isn't right, then give an answer as to what you think is. And she's done
yeah,
that, which is, I think, really cool. And Leslie says, don't take out your own incompetence onto your children. Applaud. Yes.
mm,
So I think this is incredibly done, Sharon. I really like it a lot. And
yeah.
Ash says, yeah, self worth is such a huge facet of this topic. It is because you're taught not to value yourself, and children are taught that everything they do is wrong, or that nobody likes them, or that they deserve all these horrible things that happen to them. And if that's told to you enough again and again and again and again, and it's all you know, because we got to remember when you're a child, that's all you know. You're
Well,
drinking
I
in your
mean,
environment.
just think about what happens as an adult in abusive relationships. It doesn't really take too long for the amount of repetition to really drill into you. You know, this is how life is now. This is who I am now. And so think about it when it's a kid, like you said,
Who
that's
has
all
no
they knew.
other
This is
experience.
their first instance of everything. So of
Yes.
course that is going to be very difficult to overcome your first understanding of, because it's you know it's touching the fire. That's how you understand it's your first time it's hot. So your first interaction with certain people, you're like, this represents all of those people. This
And you
first
don't
interaction.
and you don't even have the life experience to know this is good, this is bad, this is this.
This
You
is just
haven't
what it
experienced.
is.
This is just life. So the people that you seek protection from, because that is what you do, the people that you instinctively are going to help you when you have a problem, or that you're told to help will help you, are the ones harming you, and you
Mm.
don't know any better, and you don't even know some of its harm. It's just you're
Well,
being
yeah,
taught this is
because
reality.
you have
So
nothing,
it's,
no point of reference.
yeah.
That's your first point of reference.
And it's I think I think that's what I really like about the way that she's listing out everything, because say if uh I'm going to hit on the dogs in the dirt. If you are taught to be outside, in the dirt, maybe you're filthy, you don't get to be bathed any. Maybe you've even been taught if you're hungry, well then go eat the dirt, go eat the worms,
Mm.
go do that. If that's what you're taught, if that's what you're told,
Well,
you don't
the
know any
mangy
better.
dogs in the street don't know that they're the mangy dogs. They don't know that they're not. They're nice pets indoors in the warm, all clean, well fed, taken care of. So just like the kid,
And that's an
they don't know.
important subject for the adults to remember, because often when kids are in those situations and then they go into school, they're made fun of by the children, they're mocked by the adults as well. The adults can see them as not trying sometimes, or as trying to be troublemakers or not listening. And in this kind of situation, adults need to take a step back. And when they see a child like that, say to themselves, why is this child behaving this way? And what has this child learned to behave this way? And we need to remind ourselves that children don't come into the world with all the information
Mm.
that we have as an adult, and try to see things from a different perspective than, oh, that's just a silly, weird child, or oh, that's just a this kind of child. Every single thing a child does, they're doing because they've seen or drank in somewhere. Maybe they did see the dog doing it, or maybe they saw it on TV, or maybe someone told them to do it. But kids, that's how kids learn. They see, they hear, they taste, and then they try.
Mm.
And that's important, I think, to know because it can get seen instead of being seen as, oh, there's something going on and maybe we should talk to the child or look further or see what's happening. It can just be, oh, that kid's just a troublemaker
Hmm.
or that kid's just dirty.
Just a weird kid.
Yeah.
Or the
And
creepy kid or something like that. And there aren't really, there's always something behind it, because the
there's
kid,
always something.
kids are kids. They're so affected by their environment.
Yeah. If the kid's always yelling at other people, well, why?
It
Where does it
tends,
like?
it's just one of those things that you can simplify. I mean, you don't make assumptions, but
Yes.
just take note.
Yes, take note and take time.
Mm,
Just we put these blinders on because we've got so much going on in our lives. And I think that's one of the things that we need to take a moment and actually see, look, watch, listen to the children, pay attention, like truly pay attention.
Well,
And
and
if we would
also, the more
truly,
you pay attention to other people's or other children, the more it's just the more experience for everyone. The more you
it
might
is.
notice and help someone else, and the more experience you gain of other people, and you can share that. So it's just the more
Yeah,
everyone notices everyone else, the the better of everyone's going to be, the safer everyone will be, because
it
you'll
is.
recognize these things, hopefully.
And by doing that also and being an open ear and being willing to see and willing to understand and not judge, it gives us the opportunity to not necessarily, because there's fine lines between everything, isn't there? And often abuse is not about somebody's evil or mean or wants to harm a kid. Sometimes abuse is a mistake. The adults are young, or maybe they were raised that way and don't know any better, or there's different problems going on. And sometimes, often, the adult needs just as much understanding and
It's
encouragement
a
as the
chain.
child.
It's a whole
It
chain of
is.
things. I think it's very unlikely for someone to one day just like start being an abuser out
It,
of nowhere. There's always one, and probably likely abuse featured in some form, maybe not the same form, but there's always that chain that hopefully can be broken at some stage with awareness and care and
well,
and
neglect goes in all ways, doesn't it? Not just whoever's
yeah,
neglecting that, but we as a society neglect people
yeah.
we don't want to see
And
and
things
causes
like
we don't
just
want to see.
just separating abusers often isn't as simple as just like, oh well, now you're away, that's
No,
fine. And that's not how it works. It's too deeply ingrained. And
it's such a
there are
complex subject.
strong connections formed even through abuse, whether they're negative, positive connections, they're still connections that can't be
Yeah,
ignored. And I think people
yeah,
want to ignore them because they want to be free. And that's how people suppress their own memories of abuse or dealing with it. How people around them will, now you're out of it. Can we not talk about it because it's done
yes.
now? And then that becomes a whole thing.
And people are embarrassed by it. They don't want to admit
Mm,
they've been in that topic because if you do acknowledge that that's happened, often it will make people so uncomfortable they'll pull away. They don't know what to
mm,
say if they haven't experienced it. And it makes people look at themselves as well,
yeah,
which makes people uncomfortable. So that's why us talking about it is really good because we need to get rid of that discomfort so that it can be spoken about. And if somebody's have, and it also creates a situation where people who are in that environment won't go say something to someone because if they've tried and reached out and it's come back in a really bad way, and it often can, whether it's going to other adults like you're told to, whether it's going to police or counselors or all these people that you're told they'll help you.
Mm,
It's safe. Sometimes it's not. And that teaches you keep your mouth shut.
yeah.
So it's important that
And
we,
just like I said before, it's hard enough as an adult to have something happen to you and go and tell another adult. I mean, that's weird for a lot of other reasons, but just how amplified that must be because how much more detached you are as a kid from adult life. It's crazy.
and
It's a
kids are
whole
told if you,
other world, and you don't know
yeah.
how to communicate properly. You know,
Plus, you're
some
being told
words
if
you're
you say
taught are bad,
something, you're
some
going to get
things
in
you're taught are
trouble.
bad. Yeah, exactly. You're going to get in trouble, and yeah,
Yeah.
what
So I,
what a confusing time for
yeah.
someone.
So I really like this because she does subtly open up all those topics and say, hey, pay attention,
Yeah,
pay attention. Cool.
yeah. I appreciate its simplicity and directness.
Yes. Thank you, Sharon.
Thanks, Sharon.
And this next poem is by an anonymous poet. They did not want their name attached to it, and we offer that on these subject matters. Whenever it is an important subject matter, we would like our poets to be able to express themselves comfortably and say what they want to say freely. And sometimes maybe their profession doesn't allow that to occur, or maybe their personal relationships. There's any number of reasons why. And so, if you want to do it anonymously, you're allowed to send it to myself and BJHD, and nobody will know who has written it other than myself and BJHD. And this is one of those examples. And so, this poem does come with a trigger warning, and this is called Sea Color. Fear. Fear, spread by the fire and brimstone pulpit assault attacks the impressionable mind. Yet, there are no age limits for those in attendance. Mental abuse comes under the guise of good, as well as in the little black and orange can harboring Tennessee's sour elixir handed down to my innocent hand. Age limit here, obviously ignored. But isn't it cute to dress me up in a blue Sunday suit, parading me around so that everyone can remind me I'm a sinner, I'm less than, that I'm never going to be good enough to deserve love from the saved or the God? Is this not a cruel lesson for the underdeveloped gray matter? Should children be exposed before they are able to reason rationally what the truth between the money gathering lines is? At least my dad seems to accept me when he brags about me being his little drinking buddy. And this fiery liqueur of the cobalt bottle any more is the fiery liqueur of the cobalt bottle any more dangerous to my developing mind than the fiery message crashing into my frontal lobes from the lofty perch? With ocean deep melancholy, my broken heart challenges the answer is no. Equal damage they do. Mommy's preacher's mental masturbation may have left me more suicidal than all of Daddy's booze combined. So why do we allow one and not the other? Am I the only one who has contemplated the dangerous of purposefully conditioning colonizers one and all have made sure the low understand we never be sin free? No matter how hard we try. Been taught this since day one. Day one reminds me I'll never survive when the day is done. Born again heathen, my father's son. I didn't have a choice. I was taught church was good. I didn't have a choice. Was taught having drinks with dad was fun. But most would say, oh, church, religion, yes, these things are okay. And again, I protest. although zero listen. How can perceived good be bad for the small? They would never teach that only one religion could be right, would they? They would never teach you there's only one way, would they? They would never say they can only be one God, would they? They would never teach you racism, would they? They would never teach you hatred, would they? They would never admit they were wrong. So through the melancholy beyond Sack's tears, I ask you, no, I beg you, listen to my distant-hearted cries and consider what kind of damage exposing a child to midnight language that teaches them they will never achieve good enough. It causes my much heavy-hearted hatred for this life, my life. As any physical abuse I have been through, need a list of things I can attest to from first point of view. I can elaborate more about late night drinking with dad, but we all know that's bad. I can tell you about cyan belts, wooden spoons, sticks, and switches, but everyone knows children shouldn't be hit. I can tell you about hard things inserted in soft places, but is that not asserted often enough? It's clear those things are wrong, even if the tangerine man ignores them all and goes about singing his sapphire song. So I challenge congratulations, big and small. Think beyond the Cambridge box. It's not just the obvious mind altering things that need to have limited access determined by age. Religion is just as damaging to minds, yet able to reason as our bottled spirits. This is a golden ticket winner, too.
Yeah, I got the feeling.
Yeah, this is a golden ticket winner. So, yay, Anonymous, for going the extra mile with that. Ash says
Yeah,
fire. Um, I really like the topic that's brought up because it is such a taboo topic. Kylie says fire and black hearts. You
yeah,
cannot ever start talking about religion and abuse, and yet religion is one of the most abusive things that
yeah.
occur to young minds. And so I love that
And
this
one of
person
one of
brought
the
it
most
up.
sort of well documented, well understood.
Hi,
You know,
Richard.
so much so that it's joked about. You know, just like kind of domestic abuse, like how domestic abuse to the from the husband and the wife was. It's like a, you know, watch out for these certain schools kind of things. You know, watch out for
Yeah,
the religious officials. Of, you know, it's quite unbelievable, really, that anything like that can be talked about in jest. Yet it's
yet
an
it is.
established one of the most horrific, yeah,
And it's not only
perpetrators of
often
abuse.
it's not only ignored by the congregations that are there, but the congregations themselves will often become very judgmental bullies. And the
Mm,
kids are watching the adults behave this way. So not only do the kids get bullied by the adults, but then the kids mimic the adults and they get bullied and mocked as well. And I
mm,
don't mind saying I have personal experience with this and it does leave a mark. And
mm,
and it's
I'm
it's
sure.
hateful, it's horrific. But I really like how he blend or she blends in, they blend in the combination of spirits with alcohol, because also your
Hmm.
parent giving you alcohol when you're a child is not cool either. Getting and then parading you into church going, this is my little sinner.
What a strange mixture of abuses, and it's also the fact that it's involving a community almost. That's even more trapping you in this sort of um, situation of abuse, because it's not just going home to your family. That's, you know, that the people outside, that are your neighbors and your community, are
Everybody
probably going to feel the
knows.
same way. So you definitely can't talk to anyone about it.
No.
If you run to your neighbor, they're going to take you straight back to your parents, and, you know, that kind of thing.
And this goes with all
Probably the
religions.
policeman in you might go to your, you know, whatever your place of worship is. So it's
Yeah.
the community's against you, not just your family.
And again, like we spoke about earlier, you're a child. You haven't read about where religion comes from. You haven't read about anything beyond what you're given, and what you're given depending upon the religion, and in this case in particular, what you're given is told there is one God. This God created everything. He judges. He's all right, and you must do this,
Watching.
this. You're
Watching
watching.
you.
You're gonna go to hell. You're not gonna go to heaven and ever see this again. If you do this, this, and this, these things are bad, these things are good, the church is good, the people at the church, you're taught all these moral obligations, and you're a child. All you know is what you're taught. So you get scared. I mean, there's a fear factor there because you're being told you did this, you're bad, you're going to hell, the devil's going to get you. You don't know what the devil is, but you know it's a bad thing. It's you got to break it down. We look at it from an adult's eyes, but children, they're not thinking about things like that in the same way. They're just literally thinking, this is going to hurt me. Oh, I'm getting
Well,
hurt here.
everything
This
is
is going to hurt
literal.
me
Everything is
worse.
literal. They don't understand implication and stuff like that. They don't really understand consequences properly. So if you tell them something is going to happen, they're going to think it's going to happen, regardless of how
Yes,
fantastical it is, because you're this source of information of the world. You're the one showing them how the world works. So if you tell them that's how it works, that's how it works, no matter how
that's how it works.
mad. Yeah.
Richard says, deflected is humor, even though it's so prominent, it's mind blowing. Yes. And Ash says, what's even more strange is the commonality of these. And it is so common. Um,
Yeah.
and what's even more strange and is sad, and is something that as adults, we really need to take a hard look at ourselves, is that when kids come up to adults and say to them, I'm thinking this, I'm feeling this is hurting me, what you're doing is hurting me, or asks why, or anything like that, instead of listening and trying to understand and being kind and compassionate and mature, because it's a religious subject, because quote unquote faith in whatever can be so strong with some people. It's almost like the child committed some sacrilegious act and deserves, in the adult's eyes, deserves whatever punishment they're about to get,
But it's
deserves
going
to
to
be
be
ridiculed.
part of God's plan, isn't it?
Yeah,
Those
which is,
mysterious ways can be pretty damn mysterious.
and if you are an adult and you are saying to yourself, it is okay for me to hit my child, or condemn my child, or do whatever to my child because whatever my religion, I don't care what religion it is, what my
I don't
religion
believe that
said.
that's actually subscribing to a religion. You know, when
No,
you get
that's
to these kind
horrific.
of stages, it's all just using religion as a
It
tool for
is.
abuse. When you get down
It
to these
is.
abusive things, I don't believe. I mean, I would like to believe that they don't. These kind of, I mean, and some of it is institutionalized
It's very
abuse,
institutionalized.
and it's a shame that it represents religions or can represent religions because I personally don't believe that those people represent religion. They're not part of the religion. They just claim to be and do horrible things in their name because every religion I'm aware of, I've met people that are just wonderful people and have deep,
Yes.
deep faith and belief
True.
in these religions, whatever they are. So I really want to not persecute the religion as a because it's not a thing, is it? It's just evil people do evil things and they will use whatever they can as excuses. And unfortunately, empires have been built upon abuse, disguised as, you know, loving, accepting organizations and communities.
I don't know. I agree with what you're saying to an extent, but I've also seen it fed down from the highest levels of
Mm,
that particular religion the the judgment is so high, and the belief in what is being said is so high that it can be so brainwashing that
Mm.
that the kids will get whoever. A sinner is a sinner is a sinner is a sinner is a sinner. You know what I'm saying? So I do agree with you in the sense of there's bad people, there's good people. Religion isn't supposed to be a bad thing, but I think it is just often used in a way that is harmful. Um,
Yeah, for
it can
sure.
help some people, but
And even I mean, even if whatever religion you want to pick and you think was created purposefully for certain reasons, for pure manipulation, the fact that people may have appropriated the lessons and things that they were built on or whatever and just use them for good and become good people because of that. I wouldn't want to take that away from, by condemning the religion as a whole, because then you're condemning the people that have taken the
yeah,
goodness from it and applied it to their life. And it's a shame that there has to, you cannot deny why someone would think this is a horrible organization and should be stopped. And it doesn't matter if
yeah,
it's wholesome, because institutionalized abuse is unacceptable, and it probably
yeah.
is better to be rid of certain organizations if if you can't.
We
Yeah,
just need to be able to discuss it, and that's part of the problem. Is it's such a because it is somebody's faith, we can't talk about it because
yeah,
you're doing this taboo subject. People are scared to because depending on what community you live in, you're going to get judged. It's going to get held against you by certain people. So people are
mm,
scared to even speak up or say anything. And so I really like this poem because it speaks up about that. It speaks up about people giving their children alcohol
mm.
and telling them they're cute and they're, mommy or daddy's little kid, but it's not okay to get
and that
kids
and that's
drunk.
and that's another good example of just confusing rules of life, being so casual about one thing that you're going to hear other things in religious teachings which are going to conflict, but then you're also being taught to obey certain religious but you don't know which ones to pick and choose. So what, you're just constantly being fed conflicting information and told conflicting things about how you feel and how to behave. Where does that
So
leave
all of
you?
that would tell you I'm a bad person. I mean, that's what
Mm.
it tells
But
the
you
little
don't
kid, isn't
understand
it?
why. You
But
don't
you,
truly
yeah,
understand why, but all you get is you're bad.
you're
And so you're
bad. You're
going to
bad.
assume that
There's
that's what
something
people
wrong
think
with
of
you.
you. And so you're going to start acting accordingly, which is going to have bizarre results to outsiders, especially because you're just going to be this
Yes.
erratic mess kind of thing with no context surrounding it,
And
because you
many
can't give it
religions,
context.
yes, and many different congregations will say things like you have a demon inside of you.
Mm,
What does that mean to a child? Well, I can tell you it doesn't feel good when you're told that. I've been told that plenty of times when I was a kid. And you
yeah.
think to yourself, because you're told demons are horrible, right? Demons are these monsters. So if you're a kid and you're told that, can you imagine what goes through a child's mind?
Mm. Or I can imagine if you could just be shunned, be like, no, you're obviously a sinner, so off you go, and then
Yeah,
be no trouble to us. We're done with you.
it's not a good
you're
thing.
you're no
And
use to
adults don't
us.
think about it. Adults, again, this is another one of those responsibilities of adults. Adults need to learn to take a step back, take a look at what they're saying, take a look at what they're doing, and be honest with themselves.
Mm,
And don't use the whole, well, the church says this or this and this says this. It's not an excuse for bad behavior. It's not an excuse to harm others. I mean, ever, right?
but and then
Harm
you
is
you get
harm.
into, it's hard to, sometimes also hard to realize that the abusers
Right.
will have a belief that they're not just calculatedly using this
No,
belief structure to
they
get
believe it.
to a child.
Yeah.
they believe, or whatever twisted version of the belief they have, they probably have some belief that what they're doing, that they've
It's
somehow
right.
excused themselves genuinely inside, which means they can go about
Yeah.
doing what
It's
they're
very
doing.
complicated.
So it's like they believe the lies already that they're telling the kid,
Yes.
and that just makes it even stronger for the kid, because they're going to be saying it with conviction.
Yeah. And how do you get past that? Somebody who believes something wholeheartedly, totally,
Mm,
that is their reality.
that's the terrifying. That's one of the terrifying things to deal with. It's not when someone is doing something intentionally bad. It's when they don't
They're
actually
not
think they're doing
intentional.
something bad. That's when it gets terrifying, because they don't
Fear
think
the
they're doing a bad
righteous.
thing.
Yeah. Fear the righteous. Overlord says, it's such a scary thing. It's heartbreaking. Yes. Ash says, purely for being born. Yes. Overlord says, take the religion out of the belief in a higher power, just live a good life. Yeah.
Yeah.
Leslie says, corporal punishment in Dominican Republic in the Catholic schools was a very real thing. I experienced it. Absolutely, Leslie.
Imagine.
Richard
Must have been.
says, there is no excuse or justification for hurting and abusing children. And I agree. There's never
Never.
an excuse, period.
Never.
Nothing is.
It was like, I think we were talking about it one time before. That there are certain crimes that have these sort of broad, like murder, for example, an awful, awful crime. But the reasons for those situations coming about, sometimes, like there's a more broader spectrum. But when it comes down to abuse, there's just nothing. It's just
There's nothing.
there's absolutely no way around it. There's no no way around it.
Well, even the murder, I mean, that's sort of off subject, but sort of not, because often whenever you have children who have went and done something, there are reasons that they do. This whole, no, that's just a bad kid that's went off and done something evil. No,
Hmm.
there's reasons that have built up to that. And we need to take a look at that. That kid killed his parents. He's a monster, little monster. Well, why did he go kill his
Yeah.
parents?
Or they later on, took it out on another abuser they found as an adult or something like that.
Yeah,
Definitely.
there's always reasons, and we don't like to dig too deep as a society because that makes us have to look at ourselves. And maybe we just need to start looking at ourselves and accepting that we're flawed. And if we accept our flaws and we look at our flaws and we see our flaws and we go, what can I do to do this better? What can I do to stop causing harm myself? That'll make things better, right? I mean, that's the only way it can get better, isn't it? Or,
Yeah, and it's a shame that it almost ties things up when you hear about the crimes committed as a result of abuse and stuff. When you hear that, oh, so and so murdered so and so because they were abused, it's like, oh, well, that makes sense. But it's
and
almost
then,
like, yeah, oh, because they're
yes.
British. Of course it happened. It's like, but can we not go back and address how that might not have had to happen? All of
What
those things, the abuse, and then following on.
Well, it allows us to be the blind neighbor, doesn't it? And like for in this piece, since it's a congregation of people, nobody wants to
Mm,
see that their fellow members can do that sort of thing or acknowledge it. We don't want to acknowledge that our family can do it, that our
mm,
friends can do it. That's hard to that our own child might be doing it or our own parent might be doing it. That takes a lot because you have to say, "Oh, this person that I care about is causing harm."
willful ignorance is very
Well,
powerful.
it is. It is. And we are a very willfully ignorant
We have very powerful
society.
imaginations, and we can convince ourselves of of anything. And so, I mean, we can ignore some of the most horrific things. We can suppress some of the most horrific things, but
Yeah.
it doesn't
And
stop them. So
no,
if it's gonna happen. It's gonna come out. It's gonna be shocking unless it's
we talk about
addressed
it and
more
address
often.
it.
Unless it's, yeah.
And Richard says bad people are sad people who are unable to let go of the pain. Yes.
Yeah,
That
I'm
pain can
sure.
be building, and pain can be a binding chain that seems impossible to break. That's really true. I mean,
Yeah. It's like the last person to get hit. It doesn't balance out, does it? You're always going to want to retaliate from what happened, and if there isn't someone to retaliate, the person responsible, you cannot retaliate against. You're gonna. It's it's like bullies at school. Often abused kids might be the bully at school because they are just, you get beaten,
yes.
you go beat the weaker kid because you don't want to be the weaker kid.
And we all have different personalities. We all have different minds. We all have different, oh, grow some thick skin. Well, some of our skin
Mm.
isn't as thin. We have people who are more empathetic. We have people who are, uh, don't care. They're like, come on now. We have all sorts of people and all sorts of minds, and ranging a broad spectrum of I take everything you say verbatim and take it to heart and soul, and it sticks to me, to I don't listen to a word you say because you're cuckoo. And yeah,
Hmm.
I mean, all facets of that. And but we tend to, at least younger, treat everybody as they're the same, and we can't do that because you can say the same exact words to 10 different people, and every single one of them are going to be affected differently by them and hear them
Mm.
differently. And it's that awareness, right, of of the person before you. And we're not stopping and looking and listening and taking that person in and getting to know that person, so that when we communicate with them, we know that the communication is
Yeah.
real. And we got to do that with the children,
Yeah.
um,
It's letting them be
as
seen,
well.
letting them be
Yeah.
be the individuals with their experience, not blanket applying your own or other people's experience. You just gotta, because, like you said, people have wildly different interpretations and understandings of seemingly similar
Everything.
situations. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So thank you, Anonymous. This was not only just an amazingly written piece, but so openly visual for us to see. It literally took us through the steps of what's happening, and
And it brought
looking
brought awareness
backwards,
to several different
several
forms of
topics
abuse as well. But it was an interesting emphasis that had been
on
put
the
on within
mental.
a topic that isn't, yeah, and within just generally abuse not being talked about. It's one of those aspects that's even less acknowledged. And then, weighing them up next to these ones that are, might seem more shocking, like the physical and, intimately physical abuse. I mean, it's no less intimate. Your psychology, your mental understanding. I mean,
One could even say that by that mental abuse, the topic that he brought up, and it being religion, because it's an indoctrined thing that tells you you're wrong, this is bad, this is this, that if you're experiencing that, that in turn will go on and possibly, that religion causes abuse within families often, because
mm,
the adults get so angry about whatever their faith, they take it out, and we don't speak about that. And so the kid grows up hearing these things and can become, if they're told, you must do this or you must do that, even if they don't agree with it, but they feel they have to do it,
that
there's
becomes a
that
part
sad,
of
it becomes a
the
part of their
doctrine, a part of the
identity,
faith. It's a part of how you practice your faith. Is that's just one of the elements to it, one
and
of the horrific elements.
which in itself can cause more abuse
It
to the
mean it
next
means it could,
generation.
yeah, cause you to become an abuser, or it could just lead you open to more forms of abuse and manipulation later
Yes.
in life because you accept it as a fact of life.
And you have to, and if you're taught as a child this stuff, this is real, this is truth, if you don't do this, this is going to happen to you, you either have to believe it and everything that you're taught and go along with it, or you have to figure out a way to not believe it.
Mm,
And that means going against everybody around you and the society and figuring out how to think for yourself. And that's not an easy thing either to do
no.
because that puts you up against everyone.
And that's
So
pretty much, it feels like everyone in the world, because that is your world. That's
that
everyone you
is your
know in the
world.
world. So that is the world. So everyone in the world is
So
almost
you have to
against you,
subject
or
yourself to being bullied. I
to be,
mean,
yeah, because it's either that or being alone.
yeah. So it's a phenomenal piece in all the parts that it brings up, and that it brings up that mental aspect and
And
emotional
also,
aspect so much.
and just in the way it was written, I like that
Yes,
those gentle rhymes in there
yes.
were
And
really
the
nice.
colors,
Just the occasional, and yeah, of course,
yeah, I didn't even notice the colors so much when I first read it because they're so
I didn't.
subtle.
Yeah, yeah, same.
Um, but I like the point blank also. The mental abuse comes under the guise of good. And I think
Mm,
that goes back to something we hear in stories so often, is because we like to pit two sides against each other, the good and the bad. But often the good is just as bad or so much worse than the bad in anything. And we don't, and it's nice to remember that. I mean, look at all the witch trials and religious
mm.
persecutions by various religions throughout time where they just murder people for not thinking the same they do. Is that good? It's just a thought. But um, thank you,
Yes.
Anonymous.
And so next we have Nashabella, Leslie's piece. And do you want to say that name for me so I don't say it wrong, or
I say
is it
Jalen.
Jalen?
That's how I say
Jalen?
it.
Okay, cool. So this one is called Jalen by Nashabella Leslie. In a pack and play pen, a little girl left our world, while her mother on vacation twirled. Left alone, devoid of sustenance and no care, in a world so cruel, a heart heavy with no food. Captive and confined, her innocence was erased. A child neglected, her world jarred with disregard. Cries and wails, unanswered pleas, as the 10 days passed, her spirit fled. World, did you know that within the confines of that pen was a 16-month girl? Hunger and thirst grew, consuming her within, her demise desperate and slow. We did not hear her wrenching fate. The torturous tribulations lingered as we passed our time away. Was she impure? Was she dark and full of gloom? Was she a demon in her mother's corrupted mind? Discarded, severed from the shackles, now she lies. She tells us the playpen story. Her tiny life faded as the world continues, ignorant of her dolorous colors. Dear reader, embark on this journey, a vacation's allure, while a baby suffers, abandoned, consuming her own impurities to stay alive. Cruelty personified received a life in prison because she killed her child. We, the sirens heard, but you did not hear her wails till the coroner wheeled her away. I believe that was about quite a recent story, I think
Yes, that's
I
a
heard
recent
about.
story.
Just painfully tragic, and just kind of beyond belief, really. I mean, so much of abuse is beyond belief, but should
Yeah,
just because you hear about people doing that to pets and stuff like that, and that's shocking enough. But like for 10 days,
it's and Richard
did you?
says he had to go back to work. You're welcome, Richard. And Leslie says yes on
Yeah,
the
I
name.
see you, Richard.
It's I think that this is a case where education has been lost because I'd like to think that someone who can do that has an ignorance in their mind of the harm that's being caused.
Because you would
And
think
we,
for intentional harm, there would be other ways that an abuser that wanted to cause harm
yes,
would go about it. And it seems like yeah, I agree, like a devastating, I mean, inexcusable lack of education.
yes. And so I think what I take from this poem, gorgeously, exquisitely written poem, on top of the obvious, which we can talk about the child and what the child has suffered and the horror that the child has suffered. I think one of the really important parts about this poem is it allows us to call to attention the ignorance that does exist in many on how to properly care for a child, what a
Yeah,
child's needs are, and
how
sometimes
casually people will have children. It's such a casual thing. The responsibility just doesn't, the weight of responsibility does not seem to be there for a lot of people.
yeah, and we don't as a society teach the youth or however old a person is when they have this child, if we want neglectful things not to occur, I think sometimes we really need to drill in what neglect is. What how often does a child need to eat at this age to be okay, to nutritionally be stable? How often does a child need to have clean water or milk or what the child's being given so that their organs can function safely? How, what temperatures is it okay? Does a child need a blanket? What is it, those, even though that seems base, that seems bare necessity,
Mm.
I don't think I think that there is a lack of education on what bare necessity is. Is it okay to leave your kid alone for, well, you would think that nobody would think it would be for 10 days, but then again, that goes back to us needing to realize that not everybody thinks the same, not everybody has the same brain
Mm.
computation. It's not making an excuse for this person. There's no excuse for it, but it is, if we want these things to stop happening, I think that as a society we have to ask ourselves, why is it happening, and
I
then
always try
find
to
those
distinguish
solutions.
between excuses and reasons for things. That was a big part of understanding why people do stuff, because it kind of reasons and excuses are different, even though they can seem the same.
Yes,
And it can be easy to treat, when you're saying this is why this happens, like that's no excuse. It's like, yes, but you need to understand that reason to get it. You can't just be like, yeah, but it's trumped by the evil thing, so we don't need to understand it, we just need to focus on the evil thing that was done, and sort of blindly treat that, like focusing on a
yes,
symptom of stuff rather than a cause. That's not how you treat a medical condition. Kind of, let's let's bandage up this and not focus on what actually caused it.
Yeah, and Leslie says she had two children. One was 7 with her grandparents, and she blames her mental state. And Ash is brokenhearted, and the Overlord is brokenhearted, and it is. It's a horribly sad thing, but
It's even more bizarre.
that's even more
And
bizarre. And it's not going to get. And it's one of those subjects that aren't really going to get looked at, taken in the serious way that it needs to, in the complex manner that it needs to, because we are so horrified that it happened. We can't understand why it would happen, but in order to learn from it and to improve upon so it doesn't happen again, we can't make snap judgments about why it happens. The person just wants to go on a
yeah,
vacation. The person's mad at their kids. The person's this. No,
well, you have
why
no
behind
idea.
that. We have no idea. And us judging about a stranger on a subject matter does
And just saying, well,
everybody
I wouldn't
involved
do that,
harm.
so
You
you
don't know
must just
what
be a
you
bad
do.
person.
Yeah. And then touching on and then going to the child, because this is about the children, what the child suffered. We need to point out when these things happen. We need the doctors and the medical staff to come forward and clinically, not be emotional about it, but
Mm,
and not but clinically say this is the process of what happens in this step.
yeah,
At day this is what happens to this child's organs. At day
yeah.
this is what happens. Paint it out, put it on flyers, put it
Well,
on,
and make it
inform
relatable.
people, make it
Make it relatable.
relatable.
Like this pain, you liken it a lot of good good doctors will you have to simplify some things for people to get them to understand. So you associate, it's going to be like when you feel this pain, when this organ starts going, it's like when, you know, this kind of thing.
Yeah.
Get it in touch with people's understanding of pain and suffering and put them there with them, because that's one of the worst worst ways. Of long and drawn out and
Yes.
alone, and yeah, incredible.
Yeah, it's the only comfort I can take from stories like that is when the child is so young. They don't have the life experience to comprehend truly what's happening. It's just a horrific, painful thing that's going on and nobody's helping them, but they don't have
Mm,
anything beyond that little bubble to
yeah.
make it
I
even
think
worse. And that
the
doesn't
only
make it,
comfort is that the sad comfort is that it's over for them.
it's
Like,
over.
my God, it's so good that it ended for them one way or another.
Yeah,
And that's
it's,
a horrible way to think. And yeah, it's like
but
how
when,
a lot of people, yeah, have to deal with it, because my God.
yes. And then we don't talk about what comes of it from the other child too. So the other child is going to
Mhm.
get picked on and bullied, and everything's going to occur because this is a media wide issue that is seen as, look at what this person did, and that creates a whole
Mm.
other situation, doesn't it? I mean,
And
this is
also,
that
if it
complex
doesn't get
topic.
bullied, it could
It's
grow up and then
still,
feel a sense of responsibility for not being there for its own sibling.
yes, there's so many, and that's why we have to talk about these things, because it's such a complex subject
And
matter that causes
so many
pain. It's so
people are
many
involved, and it's not just, I mean, it's not just the person being
victim.
abused
There's a lot
necessarily.
of victims.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it would be nice if, instead of just sharing this across national and world headlines in a attention seeking way for the publications that are doing it,
Mm.
if instead of doing it that way, if it could be done in an educational way, with
Yeah.
announcements and with educational pamphlets, educational programs going, this has happened. This is what occurred. This is how you stop this from happening. Educate, educate, educate.
Well, reaction based on understanding is always going to be so much better than reaction based on fear and
Yes,
defense. We've got to defend against the evil. It's like you got to understand what the evil is to stop it.
yes. Um, and Ash says, I'd like to nod towards ignorance throughout my career. It is most often the focus is the adult's chaos. Yes,
Mm,
it's ignorance is so often the perpetrator in so much that's done. And
yeah,
we don't like to acknowledge our ignorance
yeah.
in life. But if we could, what a
Well,
difference
because
that would make.
people are scared of what they don't know, so they'd rather just know, whether they're convincing themselves that they know something, whether they latch onto a belief structure. They'd rather know something, even if
Yeah,
it's a terrible thing. There's a twisted comfort in this knowledge, and we've come back to it talking about lots of different forms of abuse. Is better, it's that better the devil you know kind of thing. It's you'll go back to your abuser because it's what you know, and familiar is better than unknown,
it could
because
be
unknown would
worse.
scare.
It could be
Exactly.
worse.
It could be worse. Why risk it? Why risk it? If you know
Yeah,
this, at least it's predictable. At least you know what's coming. You can, yeah. It's a horrible twisted comfort, and it's a shame that so many people
it
have to
is.
almost have to take comfort in that, because they feel they don't have another choice, and sometimes they don't genuinely. Sometimes you're
Yeah,
trapped.
they don't.
What can you
They
do?
are.
You gotta. It's very difficult. But
It
the
is.
aim is to not let them feel trapped, even if they feel alone at something.
It
Hopefully.
is. And that only comes with talking and educating. And like Ash says, where she is, wellness visits when the child gets vaccinations to maintain free state are required to maintain free state insurance. Education is offered.
Hmm.
I think offering education is a great thing, but that's one of the places we mess up too, is we offer it through pamphlets and this and that. Well, if people have busy lives,
Yes.
offering doesn't get things done with humans. Sometimes you
That's
have to
option.
say
Yeah.
required for you to maintain your job. There's just certain things that are requirements that we need
Yeah.
to do.
And that's
And
often a kind of a corporate way to make it seem like you're doing something when actually you're not. It's like, hey, we
it's
gave
not.
you the choice. It's like
Yes.
you
Did
can't.
you?
It's like the
It's a
police
get out of
coming to your door while you're
responsibility.
being abused. Yeah,
Yeah, it's a get
yeah,
out of responsibility
yeah.
free card.
We
It's
gave
kind of
you
what.
the choice to get help, so it's your fault if you don't take it, not our fault because we offered it.
Yeah, we're interesting like that. But I really like this piece, Leslie. It did bring up something that's in current headlines that is horrific and horrible, and we hope to never, ever, ever see happen. And that poor baby. Um,
Mm. And I like it.
but
It is a
it's
commentary on the wider scope of things, because talking to the readers, talking it's because it did make news, and it's like a lot of these situations, they're just watched, and then the
hmm
next thing is on. It's like, did
and
you
then the
did you
next
not
thing.
hear? Did you not hear what happened? Like, did you not see what happened? Did you not hear the story? Did she told you? It's all there.
Yeah,
But
I mean, that should have been, as
we're
soon as you
busy.
see that, that should have been every single business, every single school, every single everything says, this is an education moment. This is an opportunity for education. Let's inform. And that's not what happened, is it? I mean, we really could make a difference on things like that. I don't know.
Mm,
But and next we have Salam, let's
very nice.
talk. Thank you, Leslie. And hers is called Child Abuse. We see them in colors of joy, colors of sadness, colors of love, and colors of fear. Tiny hands that grasp on the warmth and comfort we are capable of giving them until we do not, bruising not just their little bodies, but inflicting deep, long lasting damage to their precious souls by unkind words, by emotional and physical beatings, by ugly violations of their unblemished innocence. And they flail helplessly in the marshes of their minds, so desperately understanding the harshly haunting question, why? Through no fault of theirs, their hearts and minds are plunged into darkness that completely consumes and devours their souls. Feeling dirty and deeply unloved and pathetically unworthy, their beautifully innocent and truly lovable forms wither and wilt away. Alas, the ugly abuse taints them with its dark ink, discoloring the cerulean innocence with the musty and dank doom of decaying blue, and they unknowingly repeat those patterns of abuse themselves. They reach out for those who are passively violent or relentlessly emotionally bankrupt. They latch on to those who rip them into shreds again and again, believing that that is what they must deserve. They sell their souls to try and win them over, perpetrating further grave injustices against themselves, turning against their own selves, gluttonously chewing their fresh carcass until the stench washes every tiny ounce of self worth and compassion away. Swathed in a fresh shroud of self hatred, they let their own unmet but violated needs turn into an eternal incinerator. Their fangs sink in the flesh of their unfulfilled dreams, tearing into their fiber of their existence, as if they never truly exist, as if they truly never existed. The universe bleeds into cyanos dawns and bloated sunsets as the undead corpses obediently abide by their daily grind. A minute lasts for an eternity. I close my eyes with every breath, expand my heart a little bit more to dilute the ink that stains their souls, seeking divine justice and an abundance of patience and tranquility to help them quench their thirst for genuine care and respect. Every breath until there is none anymore, because their innocence and purity deserves no less. And I believe that this is a golden ticket.
Get the feeling that was a golden ticket as well.
Yeah, it's just so well hidden within
It is.
with the different synonyms. But I counted several, so I'm pretty sure
There
that
was
it is.
definitely some in there.
Yeah.
There's some
Um,
unfamiliar. I didn't realize there's so many unfamiliar. But
Harry's getting educated on multiple levels tonight. We all
I
are.
am.
Um, I like I like the way that she's went about this from an introspective place, looking out towards people who this goes back to what we were speaking about earlier about if you are mentally abused, if all you know is abuse, and that tends to be how it happens, right? If you're abused when you're young and then you come up at some point you'll realize, oh, wait a minute, that was abusive. But the next level up might be abusive too. And the next level
Mm,
up might be abusive. You don't quite know until you learn what is and what isn't. And we are drawn to what's familiar, aren't we? We're drawn to people that we think will understand us or the people that we can talk to because if you have been in those situations, you can't really talk to people about them that haven't experienced it because it makes them quite uncomfortable usually. Not always, but or some go, well, I can't imagine that would ever happen.
yeah.
That's
So
uh
one way or another, it's kind of brushed off in some form because you don't want to be anywhere
yeah.
near it because it's so uncomfortable. And it's you can understand it to some level, but really, Are you more uncomfortable than the thing they're going to tell you happening when it happened?
Yes.
Check your comfort levels. How bad is
Yes.
it going to be for you to hear about something than it is for someone to have gone through it?
Ash says you spend more time consoling than confiding. Absolutely, Ash. And hi, Casper. And
Hey,
Casper
Casper,
says, "Holy shikey, they switched sides.
did
Uh,
we?
switched sides. Did it flip? Can it do that? You're still where you were."
Or is it automatic? Yeah, but when I watch it back, I'm on the other side. That's why when you held up my book in the last one, I'm pointing in the wrong direction.
Oh, so for me, you're on my right side while
Yeah,
I'm watching.
yes, I'm on the right. I am on the right side of the screen. I'm on the
Yes.
right side of my screen. Yeah,
Yes. Well, I guess maybe Overlord saying we switched too. Daydream is usually on the right and Hob is usually on the left. Really? On
oh,
my
really? It
screen,
always looks like this for me.
yeah, it always looks like this for me too. That's it. So in the playback, when y'all watch it in the playback, do y'all usually see it on the left versus the right? How weird is that people are seeing completely different videos than we are?
That is strange.
Harry was on the other side last time. I explained that. Wow.
Yeah, I was on the other side last time, but I don't remember
Not on
it
mine.
usually flipping. Not what on watching it back. You not watched the last one back. It was definitely. I mean, because you saw me pointing in the
I
wrong
did, and I
direction.
wondered why.
So,
When you did
so
that,
it's
I thought,
obviously.
oh, well, Harry's just not
But
paying attention. But
but
it's
no, I don't
because
think. I'm sure I was still on the right side of the
you've
screen,
always
but
been on the
maybe
right
it
side,
had just flipped the image
mirrored
because
your image. That's what I thought.
I'm using a selfie camera on a phone, so I can see the screen. So I don't know if that's something to do with it auto flipping. I don't know.
Why?
How strange.
Yeah, I knew it would flip
She
you, but
looks
I didn't
taller.
think it could flip. I'm taller because I zoomed it in.
It's doing
Uh,
a lot of adjustments before we started the live to
yeah,
balance
because
our height.
if I didn't do that, I would be here, and Harry was like here, and it looked like I was just this little tiny fairy, and Harry's this big giant. It was very interesting. Um, Overlord says the video doesn't flip; it's something different today. Harry is always on the right side of the screen. Hob right, Daydream left. Now it's opposite. Leave it to me to throw
How
things in a
strange.
riff. How weird. Yeah, I don't. I. It's the same way always, but I like this that she also brought this up because one of the things we don't talk about from abuse is that concept of often people who are in these situations, uh, they become very well. I can speak for myself here that I know for myself that I will love is important to me. I want loved. I crave it. I need it. It's hard for me to accept. It's hard for me to um, acknowledge that it's there. I don't recognize it
Hmm.
necessarily. Um, and I don't recognize the difference between kind love and cruel love often. I don't recognize some things. And I recognize that I don't recognize it, but that doesn't make it
Hmm.
easier to recognize. Does that make
Well, for
sense?
sure. Yeah. Look, it just makes you more cautious, maybe at
Makes you
least,
more
but
cautious.
that still means you can be so cautious that you'll miss out. So it's a weird balance
It is. And
because
it
you don't
also,
really know what you're looking out for, but at least you might have more elements if you know what you're not not looking out for. But yes, it's confusing.
it's confusing. And it's also confusing in the sense that it means its people are truly, truly kind and truly, truly nice. And they mean really, really well. I think I have a natural tendency for my something's wrong here. This is not okay. This is unnatural. Radar to
Mhm.
go off, and I step back.
This is too good to be true, kind of thing.
It makes me uncomfortable. It makes me uncomfortable,
That's
which
interesting.
it's interesting. It's weird. I mean, no, I want that. I want the kindness, but I don't know that I can. I'm looking for that angle. Why? Why?
But
Why
it's
are you
almost
doing
being
this?
suspicious of the
It
kindness,
is.
which is which I think people that have been in abusive situations could probably relate to a lot, because it's like, but that's not how people show love. So why are you, or that's not how people treat me. So why are you doing that? What are you?
Yes.
Yeah, because it's almost this alien thing. Like there must be some kind of underhanded reason because people are not nice to me because I'm not that person or something. And
Yeah. And that becomes that I like that she's speaking of that, because we don't talk about that, because so many people that have been in situations that have been in abusive childhoods or even relationships or anything, unless you behave a very specific way, you're not seen like that. If you carry yourself well, if you're well spoken, if you're anything considered normal, people just go, oh, well, that's everything's fine. But
I
so
think,
often that's just not the case. And we
mm,
do struggle with, uh, I'm extremely introverted, for example, probably due to all of that. And I have a very hard time coming out of that introversion. It doesn't seem it because I'm on camera and I'm talking and I'm doing all that. But
but I mean, it's like the safe space element, isn't it? It's like you've created a safe space to deal with
yes,
it, or just to be able to have an outlet, or just yeah, just a safe
yeah,
space is a safe space. It lets you maybe be a little bit more who you are, feel without
exactly.
repercussion or potential repercussion. I think she gets into that kind of the
She
self-reflective
does.
thing about the inner turmoil that these people will face in attitudes to themselves and how they work. The unfulfilled dreams, the fangs sinking into the flesh of their unfulfilled dreams,
Yeah.
self hatred of what they, the things that they need that haven't been met, but they've been violated. So there's this distortion of what they need because that's got associations to it. So you're
And there's
almost setting
also a
yourself
guilt.
up for acceptance of more abuse. It's like, well, that's attached to things that I need, so I'm going to have to accept. That's an element of it, and like,
Yeah, there's a lot of guilt involved, I think, because you think you have to really perform, 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 perform to earn something, and you don't realize, I think, that um, that's not how it should work. I mean, you know it, or some people know it, but it doesn't really click. And I think it's not even a conscious thing. It's just, this is what you do. This is what you've always done. This is who you are. And if it's built
mm,
so deep into who you are, I think that people in those situations that have come up like that go in two different directions. They either give, 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 or they take, 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 take. And I think finding that balance is often very challenging, and that's because there is a lack of education. And
yeah,
so um she's hitting on the give, 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 take, and while taking everything from yourself, basically.
mm,
You bend and bend and bend and bend and bend. Just
yeah.
and so I like that she does bring that. Casper
But it's
says,
like because
speaking
you
for a
you
lot of
feel
others
like
too.
you're sorry, yeah.
Sorry, I was just trying to catch up with the room a bit. Speaking like others too. Um, Ash says it is a reflex. It is a reflex. Uh, Casper says, I still rarely talk about it. Ash says, like a stranger offering unsolicited candy. Yes. And Casper says, mine was given till I ended up angry at everything. Yeah, yes,
Totally understandable
yes.
though, of course.
And I think that happens a lot because people end up giving too much. They give more than they have to give, and then they're angry because they see they're not It doesn't usually, sometimes, but it doesn't usually go both ways because that's just not how life is in general, is it?
Mm.
There's different personalities and so eventually, if you just keep giving and you don't take a moment, you do get mad. You're like, which then that comes back to bite you
And
because
you shouldn't really have anything to give because you should be enough. But because you have had that self-worth destroyed, that's why you keep giving, because you've got to find ways to show your value, to keep this love, to keep this relationship, whatever it is. So you just do, you'll do whatever, you'll give whatever you think people want, but it's all going to come down to your the way you've been, the way the, the abuse has been manifested and it's affected your self-worth. That, of course, is later going to go on, or immediately going to go on to.
yeah. Well, that's what you've been taught, just not just by teachings. You may be told something very different, but the actions around you, your life has taught you if
Yeah,
I want to be loved and I want to be accepted, I've got to do this, this, and this. I've got to give.
work for it.
I've got to work for it. The very idea, the very concept that somebody could love you just for who you are, good, bad, all of that, that's a fairy tale.
Hmm.
It sounds nice. It sounds good. I want to believe that. If I'm being like 110% honest, which I don't really want to be doing right now, I need to think about what I'm doing. But if I'm being 110% honest, I would like to believe that there's people out there that think that way, that believe that way, that are truly, truly there for the good, the bad, all of that. But life from the moment that I can remember has taught me that is utter and complete bullshit. And that is just a fairy
which
tale.
which which I think definitely fits well with what we're talking about, because it's totally understandable to have those. I I personally have been in a relatively privileged situation. I've experienced later forms of relationship abuse and stuff, and but I've been lucky enough to have people confide in me about things like this, and it's really understandable to have that kind of
Yeah.
worldview, and to have that desire, but believe that it's just a fantasy, it's just a dream, because you have that real life hammered into you early
Yeah.
on, whether it's later on. But I mean, what we're talking about at the moment, this subject
But
matter is early on, but
but
it's
even
all
though
the similar. It's all these sort of
yeah,
reactions to abuse and how you've had to adapt your worldview to it for maybe protection, because you
yeah.
don't want the unknown. So it's like, okay, at least I understand it's not going to be this. It would be nice if it was, but it's a shame that you have to kind of stifle belief in good almost.
Yeah, I think
Or
that you're
that
able
nice
to
things
go,
are fairy tales, nice things are they're just things you read in stories and things like that, and that's a shame because really stories are based on real life. A lot of stories,
they are.
original stories, are based on real life, and I would also like to believe that. I think my belief can maybe be reaffirmed more than some others because of my own personal experience. So I have a lot of goods to fall back on to maybe fuel my beliefs that there are good people out there that
Yeah, I
do
think
have those pure intentions, that do only just want to do good and understand. But it's very hard for most people to believe, even can have that as a consideration.
yeah. I think that's where we start to drift in our personalities as we do come become adults. There's people who will put guards up so strong, nothing cracks through. You're not going to hurt me. I will not be a victim. And
Yeah.
then there's people who go in the opposite direction, and then it's trying to find for me, it's been trying to find that balance to where I stay hopeful, I stay open, I stay acknowledging that this can happen. It is a possibility, but then I let that other side of me go, yes, but watch, pay attention, don't.
Hmm.
And it's finding, and I don't get it perfect. I lean in the wrong direction too much, a lot. But I think that helps. We only come to that with more life experience that we get, the more people who come into our lives that do treat us
Hmm.
well. Um, and as we get older and we see that happening and we have more people come into our lives that treat us well, we treat people better. I think that gives us the opportunity to then speak to younger people and go, I know, I get it. I see what's
Mm.
happening. I know you're feeling this way. I've been there, and I'm not doing an I told you so moment kind of thing. But it's okay to open yourself up. It's okay to do this.
Yeah,
Yes, you're going to get hurt, but you're doing it with that knowledge that it's a possibility, and you're
yeah,
making the choice. It's your decision. This isn't being taken away from you. It's coaxing. It's about learning. We have to have people teach us how to change our thought processes towards these things if we're
it's also
growing
the
up in them.
in tying the part of the education really needs to come from the people that have had the experience of abuse, and the only way that can happen is if they feel comfortable, and
Comfortable.
it will become this snowball thing where the more people that have suffered from it will feel more comfortable in telling others about it. And that, I mean, I've had people come to me. I've not suffered the abuse that I've maybe written about in a couple of my last pieces, but I I'm quite glad that those pieces have um, encouraged interaction with me, um, by people that have suffered from things that I've brought up, and it then encouraged them to go on. I've been kind of on the fence of whether to start talking about this, and it has been a nudge, and that's really really amazing to know, to actively see awareness of something affect positively, and hopefully that will go on to spread to, even if it's one other person, that's still a new chain of awareness that's been created. So how can all of this, not, us talking about it, these pieces being read and being visible, if that's happened once to me doing it, there's such a great chance that all of these other pieces are going to at least stimulate maybe that one person to feel confident
Yeah, I
and
think
safe and comfortable. Yeah.
if we just give those places where people can communicate with their friends, with their uh where
Strangers,
left my
peers,
strangers,
anyone
peers,
that
anyone,
has shown that kind of awareness and safe space. That's why it's
and that they
these
can be
these
listened.
connections are really great. Yeah, and
Yeah, they're heard and
especially
listened to.
the poetry pieces as well, because there's something interesting about poetry. You're not just sort of trying to figure out a way to say something, like in a speech. You want to try and apply it to everyone. It's all very, it's just you. When it comes down to it, it's just you writing something by yourself. You're not public speaking, so it can come out in these interesting rhyming forms, these interesting prose forms. It's going to be a bit different and not like talking in a normal way, but these
Yeah,
particular sentiments and feelings can be expressed in unusual ways, and when that resonates with someone, that's quite magical.
it is. Um, and Casper says mine. Ash says Ghost, the internal dialogue does get easier. If you ever need to chat, hit me up. Casper says this is the best conversation I've seen on a live so far. That's really
I
kind of you,
appreciate
Casper.
that,
Thank you.
Casper.
Ash fist pumps. Casper says younger me appreciates this at the moment.
That's
I'm
awesome. I'm
glad.
glad.
And Ash says breaking out of emotional isolation helps one to be exposed to that which allows growth. Most don't most don't know what they have missing in those ways. Yes. And it also
Yeah.
and and it also allows, whenever you're able to converse about this openly and not be judged about it and not be dismissed about it, it gives that person the opportunity to become comfortable in their own skin with their whole complete self and go, you know what? This is me and I'm
Hmm.
not bad. Yes, these bad things happen to me, but the bad things that happen to me are not me who I am.
Do
The
not
bad things that
define me.
maybe I've done due to what I've seen is not who I am. These are things that were done to me. These are things that I've done. That does not make me the complete whole person. And when we can start doing that and we can start seeing who we are,
Mm.
that,
Realizing that these are not defining features of you, they are just things that happened. They're, yeah.
it's when we can learn, because we're taught to take on the identity of our abuse, of our what we've experienced, of our jobs. We are taught to take that on as this is who you are. But if we can learn, that's just life.
Mm.
That's just your experiences. That is part of your journey, but you are not your journey. The journey has helped mold you into who you are, but you're not your journey. You're a traveler on that path. See yourself for the traveler. Don't. And I think that makes a big, that's a comprehension difference, a self
It's
awareness.
a perspective difference completely.
Yeah,
That's a really difficult thing to get,
it
definitely.
is. But
Just
maybe
because
if we
there's
talked about it more,
so
we
many
could.
pathways. Yeah, the best chance. That's what you want everyone to have, is the best chance. And of course, the best chance is the more awareness, the more safe space, the more education. It's your best chance. Things, life, like you said, life happens, shit happens in life, but the more ways to deal with it available, the better. How can it not be better?
Yeah,
Yeah. The more rafts on a boat, the more people are going to be saved, kind of thing.
absolutely.
Seems obvious, but
And the overlords giving hearts and ashes, yes, those vulnerabilities allow for strengthening. And Leslie says silence needs to be heard. Yes. And
mm,
Ash says, yes, beautiful Al. Right. We are not the road we walk. So
for
thank
sure.
you, Faiza, for, because this isn't something I often talk about because it is a silent thing and we like to ignore that in society, or make fun of those people or dismiss this mental health, this or that. But that does start in childhood usually.
Mm,
And so I like that she brought it up.
yeah, definitely.
Next, we have you. And you
I
love
have
your
me.
kitty with the,
I was just getting distracted by looking at my kitty. Is very
it is an awesome photo,
My
isn't it?
kitty is very cool. They're very cool. I'll stop looking at it and read the poem.
I
It
like,
is cool. I look
it,
forward to seeing you guys' reactions of all of
of the kitties.
these
Me
guard
too.
kitties, because they are. It's
I'm so proud of them.
it makes us look all kind of goofy with our little avatars there, and our they're such dramatic looking
They're awesome.
representations. It is very good. So this is one by me, Pop the Poet, called Bedtime Story. Fractured mind, you never knew. Colorblind turns pink to blue. Not my choice. Immoral skew. Muffled voice screaming at you. Neighbor hears. No, nothing new. Hopeless fears. Suppress a few. Shocking story. Tales are true. Way too gory. Stains a clue. Childish rape. Chases ensue. Quick. Escape. What's left of you? Never found. Under the dew. Morning wood. Buried in blue. It is very short.
I like your
Just
poem.
made it
So,
in. Just made it in. It's short, but that's how I know how to do. I'm not very good at long explanations and storytelling,
well,
but yeah,
what inspired you for this?
I think it's the second piece that I wrote, and the first one was very calculated to be like a more broader, accessible, and written in a slightly more childish, because it was more from the perspective of a child. And this was intentionally meant to be a bit more abrupt and a little bit more vague, because you can't. The idea is you can't quite tell whether the abuser or the person who's receiving the abuse is talking. I mean, not talking, but what the reference is. Uh, I mean, it becomes quite plainly obvious towards the end, I believe. But the initial was the start, and the kind of confusion, and the ignorant, the fractured mind, the misunderstanding, seeing physical effects and not really having the concept of what is happening, which is where the colors were playing into it. The turning pink to blue, not understanding, and then yeah, the bluntness of some of the language, which I deliberated on using that particular word, the childish rape line. I did confer with several other
You did.
people, just to, and you know, I got not mixed. I got overwhelming support for the sentiment and my reasons for using it. I definitely had some people say that they personally didn't feel comfortable with the use of certain language, but that was their personal issue with it, and they weren't
Right.
comfortable using the word, but they understood the context. That was really important for me, because I don't haven't personally suffered from these very specific kind of abuses. I wanted to be very cautious about showing my awareness, and also the fact that it's written in poetry, you know, a piece of art. I'm not trying to use it for my own gain, you know, for the shock value or anything like that. That wasn't aimed at all to shock.
Yeah. I don't think it's a shocking poem, and
I
Ash
don't
says it's
think it would
nicely
be,
written.
but I could
I think you,
understand the use of certain language can shock, you know, out of context. For anyone, not for anyone, for some people, just certain language, no matter the context, can trigger
it's true.
really deep
That's true.
reactions. And
Absolutely.
I wanted to be aware of that, and whether it was going to be too much of a trigger for too many people, or whether it was valuable as a trigger almost.
I think you brought up a very good subject matter that is not often talked about, that is a side of what occurs in in child abuse, and that is often the abuser does not recognize, if I'm reading your poem correct, does not recognize what is happening. They do not have,
Yeah,
they don't mean for it to happen.
yeah.
If they're young enough, it's a horrible, horrible accident. Accident
Well,
seems the
it's
wrong
that
word to
kind
use,
of
but it
parent.
is an,
It's yeah. It's like what you're talking about before, the kind of ignorance and stuff, and even towards the end when it's, you know, clearly you're seeing what's happening, but the idea with the kind of
yes,
mourning the
would.
wood, but it's almost like they were an object. They don't understand. So you understand that something bad has happened, but it's like to a thing that you didn't understand. And that's how you were treating them. You were treating them like a thing because you don't understand what they are or how to deal with them. So you can understand, yeah, when something terrible happens, but it's almost like you broke a possession
Well,
rather
yeah,
than. than hurt a person.
And it comes in different forms, doesn't it? Maybe the child's too, maybe the person's so young and they have no education and they literally don't know what they're doing. It's a full on instinct thing. Maybe there's mental disabilities there and they are going full on instinct, and they hurt the person, they harm the person, they don't understand. And
Mm,
we don't like to grasp that lack of understanding. We like to just label, but sometimes both parties are victims of the situation in the society, and that is very challenging for us to see. So it's a good opportunity in poetry like this for us to talk about that, because it's just we don't see it that way. We
mm.
see this
And that's
person's been harmed.
mm,
rape can Rape can be victims on both sides.
yeah. I mean, there's like we were saying, there's reasons for everything. There's not necessarily excuses, but things don't just happen. I mean, people don't just do stuff.
Yes.
They tend to not just do stuff. You don't just one day, everything's fine. You've got a kid, and suddenly today is the day where it all changes. There's
Yeah.
always going to have been something gonna have happened, whether it's lying dormant or whether it's been building. There's always going to have been a reason where somewhere down the line something was going to happen.
Yeah.
It's not excusing that that has happened, but it it definitely needs, it's that chain that we were talking about. You've got to recognize that all of these links are there. You can't just cut it and make it fine. There's still all of these links. You can't. Yeah.
Yes. Um, and Ash is giving hands, and Overlord says simple words to the point and cutting into the comfortable way we disguise the nasty and ignore. And Ash
Mm,
says, yes, children of a parent with a sociopathic illness face this, not a child victim, but a thing that has happened to a thing. Yeah.
mm,
Um,
yeah.
it's, there's so many complex, we try to put all of these occurrences into one blanket statement, but it's never, every case is individual. Every, just like every person is individual. And we have to look at it through various perspectives to understand the full picture so that we can then learn and grasp and try to make changes. I don't know. But I do like that I like the way you wrote it so simple like that, and that you're bringing apart, that you brought out a challenging topic that people don't want to discuss.
And
Um,
it reflects my experience and understanding, which is limited compared to people that have been through it. So I'm not qualified to start writing lines of script about this and that, and this is how people feel, and this is people's reasons for doing it. I'm not qualified on that, so I think this reflects my feelings and understandings quite well, and
we
hopefully shows some you know some sort of awareness that I am there and aware.
It shows that you've really put a lot of thought into it, and that you are trying to see the subjects and see them with a clear mind and a critical eye versus just go on feelings and reactions. And I think that's an important thing. And since you are aware of your, I mean, well, hopefully I hope that most people are personally unaware of this situation, because if most
Mm,
people that I mean, nobody wants anyone to have experienced that. I think by how you've expressed it, it shows, and that you've come out, even though you can, it's obvious there's a little bit of discomfort in not wanting people to think that, oh, you're saying I know what's going on, or you can see that in your conversation. So I think that you were willing to go there and willing to put yourself out there on that subject, even though it makes you slightly uncomfortable that it might be
I
taken
think,
wrong. I think
but I think
that's a
that's
very cool thing.
important. That
That's part
yeah,
of this, isn't it?
yeah.
Is
But and that's an element of showing that you can be uncomfortable and still talk about things. If it makes you
yes,
uncomfortable, that's okay.
that's a good thing. We
whether
can't
whether
grow
it's
if we
because
don't
of something that's
experience
happened to
discomfort.
you or whether you're talking about something that's happened to someone else, it's the discomfort surrounding the topic rather than your own personal discomfort that you need to separate, and that
Yes.
shouldn't hinder the conversation. That should, if anything, encourage it more. It's like, oh, this will stop being uncomfortable if more people talk about it, because you don't feel like you're on your own. You don't feel like you're the first one to breach the subject. You don't think
Yes.
that if I say something, no one really knows about this, so they're all eyes on me suddenly. It'll be
And
like,
that's
oh
hard.
yes, I also have heard about situations like this. It all of a sudden neutralized very
Yeah.
quickly as soon as someone has an understanding. It's like, yeah, I get you. I can
Yes.
relate on this level, whether it's a personal level, whether it's you know, I've read something about it. Someone so and so has told me about situations. It's just all those forms, any element of awareness and understanding, without the shock, without the stigma around it. How,
It all
how can
helps
it
us
not be?
grow.
How can it not help?
Yes. So thank you for writing
Thank
to
you.
this. And next, we have the nature underscore of ash. Our kitty's amazing
It's hard to pick a favorite one
too.
because
It is. They're
they all
they're all
have
unique.
they all have such specific characters. Yeah.
Yeah. So the nature underscore of ash, and this is called special shoes. No, 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 no. We don't leave Legos on the floor at my house. Like midnight blue, dark, solemn, number 334. If you do, you won't do it no more. If she walks through and steps on one, you will hear a scream, but there will be no mention how quick forgot it would seem. No, no, no. She will meet you on the way to school with new shoes. She will greet you. You'll put them on for you. Oh, yes, nice and cool, with a treat for you. Glued inside, in the middle, in these special shoes for you, always in the perfect spot, is a home for a little Lego, the one you forgot. All the way she'll follow so you don't take them off. No, you don't want to walk no more until you're somewhat soft. No, no, no. We don't leave no Legos on the floor. No, 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 not ever, never, ever. At least we don't no more. We might get a box for Christmas. Could have been for him or could have been for me. Even if they're for Christmas, we leave that gift alone. Because at the end of the day, we still got to walk home.
Really like the kind of playfulness of the way this is written about something that really the more you think about it, the more you look at it, is it gets kind of worse. But because it's put in this kind of playful way, it 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 puts you into that position of the kid kind of, it's one of those things, it's like a memory, a silly memory.
I don't see it that way.
It's not so nice, really.
No. I mean, I do see what you're seeing because of the wording and the choice, and Overlord is giving broken hearts. I see it more as a mantra that a child that's in that situation is having, like, no, 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 we don't do this. We don't do this. We don't put them on the floor. We don't do that. We don't. It's Ash says, thank you. It takes 12 steps before your feet bleed.
Yeah,
See, that's
it's not
that's
something you forget.
and that's why I don't see it in when I read this. I don't read it in uh, a cutesy kind of way. I read it in a child's voice who is kind of broken way, and is telling themselves, we can't forget it, you can't do this, if you do this, this is going to happen, this is going to hurt, or we got to come home, we've got to walk to school, we can't do this. You know that your actions are going to have a really bad cause and effect. And I like this piece because it both brings that up. Leslie says it's written with desperation. Yeah, I can feel the kids' fear and desperation. Even they may love the heck out of the Legos, love them. But even in the
What
loving
a
of
way
them
to
and wanting to
taint a
build,
favorite toy.
you're scared of them. I mean,
Mm,
I love this, but this is going to cause me pain. This thing I love is probably going to hurt me. And it builds and builds, and that means it comes to a point where if you do play with them and then you see your mama coming up the road or something, in your mind immediately it'll go to, oh no, did I miss one? Did I miss
mm.
one? The gifts that they bring will suddenly be, is this a gift or is it going to hurt me? Everything becomes about that pain and that. And I like that she went there and that she's willing to showcase this, because it's not something that would be seen, and adults probably wouldn't see it occurring. The kid would try to hide it so that other people didn't see it occur, both from shame, both from not wanting their parent to get hurt, all sorts of reasons. But
But
they're
also, I
still in
think
this
if you
pain.
described it to if another parent had a kid, describe it to them like that's what happened, you could easily tune out the fact that that was horrific because it doesn't sound like a horrific thing. Like, what, just a little piece of Lego? Like, there are worse things you could do to your child, aren't they? But then the more you think about it, like, you're saying 12 steps.
Some parents would probably even go, "Ooh, that's smart."
Yeah, exactly. It's like because that's harmless and they'll make the association and then they'll tidy up. It's like kids don't think in that logical progression. It's just they are genuinely going to play with toys, get carried away and forget. So trying to drill it into them in this sort of weird military corporal punishment method is just another lack of understanding.
And
Of
not
how,
only, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, just another lack of understanding of how the kids are going to learn and
And
how to teach them.
and not only is it cruel in the moment, but that area of the foot is very sensitive. There's you know muscles and tendons there, that nerves. You damage certain things, there's damage, and you can damage people for life off of something that maybe the adult doesn't think is a big deal.
Mm,
But it causes damage. And Overlord says, given how easily you can lose or drop a piece of Lego without knowing it, it would destroy their love for playing with them. They wouldn't want to touch them again. And Ash says, I took the fall from my little brother 4 times, so I said those words often. And Kylie says, it's
mhm.
written so matter of factly that it highlights the way children learn their home experience as fact before going out into the world. Yes.
Yeah,
Um,
completely. And she literally says in the poem, you see it there under the Christmas tree or whatever, even if it's Christmas, you've now
no,
got
no,
that
no.
association. It's like that's just being given your torture tool kind of thing.
Yes.
And
Um,
what a horrible association to have of the thing that was just fun that you liked, and now it's this weapon.
and because and it goes beyond that, because you have that, but then you have this thing that is a very common thing that everybody loves, that everybody likes, that's everywhere at Christmas, for example, that as soon as you see it, because that is such a strong emotional and physical memory, those are intense moments that occur. um, Saying taking the fall for the brother 4 times. This is a repetitive injury, both mentally, physically, and emotionally, that occurs again and again and again. So that when you do go out and you see these things, when you're playing with kids and they bring you Legos, those memories will pop into your head, whether you want them to or not. There's
Mm.
little triggers that will occur that'll happen. And that in itself is how something that occurred as a child will come in and hit the adult that's older, and depending upon the surroundings that the adult has, the people that the adult have had around them, the life that the adults
How the
had,
feelings
that
have manifested over time.
it can have a very different effect. Some people could have it happen and it flash through, and it for a moment stutter them, and then they let it go, and then they move forward because they recognize that was the past, and I'm moving forward. Other people will have a much deeper response. It could completely wreck their day. It could wreck their week. It could bring up a mountain of nightmares. It could cause them to go home angry to their own. It could cause them to never buy Legos for their child. Their child doesn't know why. There's just
Mm.
so many different things that come into play, all from that. And that's the complexity, isn't it, of this.
Just one of the, yeah,
It's
of this for sure. Just one of those. Just so many so many complexities, so many things that become triggers, so many things change over time, all these weird, these connections that the
yeah,
kids
and we
make.
look at it, we see the physical, and that's what we see in all of these things so often, no matter what's shown to us, because we're so scared of physical pain, we immediately go to the physical. But that emotional damage, that psychosis that it creates, the psyche, the way it affects our psyche is often so much more deeply wounded than that actual physical response. The physical is horrific, but it's the rest that can really uh, have even longer lasting effects.
Mm.
Kylie says it creates a lasting tension around recreation. Yes. And Ash
Yeah.
says the first time Tara brought Legos home for my daughter, I had to have a serious talk with myself. Oh, I bet you did. I bet you did. Um, so thank you for sharing this, Ash, because I think again, what everybody's writing on, all of these topics are things that we skirt around. We don't address head on. And I love this, like you said, poetry gives us the opportunity, instead of we're not going to someone and going, "Hey, I have this, I want to talk," which we need to be able to do. But by expressing it through the poetry like this, it gives us the opportunity to look at the subject matter and go,
Yeah.
let's talk about this.
It's
What a
like song as
gift.
well, the way musicians use that for getting out emotions and broaching difficult subjects. It's because there's this huge spectrum of outlets within poetry and within music and stuff. It doesn't mean you've got to figure out the correct way of saying it. You've got to put it in the right words so someone can understand. You can just let it come out in the way it's trying to come out or needs to come out, and there it is on paper. And that's like, you know, it could seem like nonsense or just, you know, whatever to someone, but then to someone else, they're going to believe I'm with you every word of this. I'm with the feeling, even if they haven't experienced. Sometimes, you know, I've spoken to plenty of people who don't read poetry particularly, haven't been affected by certain issues, but they will read poetry and be like, I didn't realize that I could understand something like this,
Yeah.
which is really interesting. The fact that poetry can speak to not just the poets and people that read poetry, it can just speak like music can. You might not like a particular kind of music, but there'll be that one song that hits that sentiment that resonates with you, and that's all you need. So it's
Yeah.
quite a magical thing.
And I love that it also gives the opportunity for people who have experienced these things or who have seen it or witnessed it. The poetry in and of itself gives them a way to release the energy and the expression into something where they know that somebody is going, even if they don't show it to someone, it has put it out there, it has gotten
Mhm.
it out there and allowed them to express those emotions and feelings, like you said, in whatever way that they need to.
Yeah.
And that in
Turns it
itself is
into
a
like a
really healing
tangible
thing.
thing. Mm.
It I think it's an important part of the healing process. It's a creativity, I think, as humans gives us an opportunity to heal and grow. And I think in the writing that this is one of those things that it really helps people heal.
Also,
Um,
as time goes by, there's a distance there. And if it's just stays in your head, the longer it becomes a memory, and then you start questioning the memory because it's so long. But when you start writing things down and saying it aloud, writing it down or whatever, it's that kind of realizing it in some way. And when it becomes
yeah,
real, you kind of remind yourself that was real because there it is. There's the reality that I'm remembering, and because it's there and real, now you can deal with it in a different way rather than just thinking about it. It's like there it is. You can just focus on that one piece because trying to focus on one element of something in your mind is often impossible if there's chaos and turmoil up there. But if you've got
it
it laid
is.
out in whatever form you decide to lay it out, you can focus on a bit, or someone can notice a bit and help you focus on it, or
Yeah, it's true. And Ash says this feels like a safe excuse to share. Thanks, guys. You're welcome, Ash. And I like that she brought that up because the whole point of sharing things like this about yourself is twofold, in the sense that you don't want other people to experience it. You want to raise an awareness, but it goes back to what we were talking about from the other piece of wanting to believe that people can see you, the whole you, what's
mm,
happened to you, and accept you for you. And so often kids who are abused are taught, you must keep your mouth shut on this. Don't tell the people that care about you this, because it will change how they see you and they won't like
mm,
you as much, or that will happen. But it gives that opportunity for people to put it out there and go, no, this did happen to me, and I'm
yeah.
still me. I'm still the person you know, but this happened to me. Please acknowledge that it did. In a way, you don't want that acknowledgement. You don't want people to see you that way, but you also, it gives you a sense of strength and self to be able to wear your skin and stand up tall and go, yeah, it happened to me. I've experienced this and I'm
Mm,
still me. Do you
yeah.
still like me? Do you, because kids need,
Well,
even adults that
yeah.
were kids, they need to hear that even though this happened to me, because you're told you're bad, you're this, you're that. That's part of the psychological thing. You need those people around you to say, you know what? It did, and I still like you. And I don't think
You
you're
need
this
those
person or that. It's a
because
affirmation.
a lot of the kids get told that if they tell people about it, it's not only going to hurt them, it's going to hurt the people that they love. So people need, as you grow older, you'll form relationships, but you'll be scared to talk to your loved ones. So you get married, have partners, friends, or whatever. You're going to be scared to talk to them openly
Yeah.
about these things because you're going to have that belief, that knowledge, or whatever, that if you do, it's going to hurt them and they're going to go away for whatever reason because that might have happened, a kid getting separated from their family when that's what they told you was going to happen. You're going to get taken away. The people that you love are going to leave you. You're not going to associate that you were taken away for your own safety. You're like, no, you were separated, and that's a true example of that happening. So you have that residual feeling left as an adult. So like, best not talk about it because I'm going to get left alone. It's going to hurt the people that I love, and it's going to be my fault again.
Yes. And you also have the people who are adults that'll say, no, no, I know your mother, or I know your father, I know your uncle, I know this person, and they would never do that.
They
You
would
must be
never.
lying.
Yeah.
You must be lying.
Or you're
So
remembering it wrong, or you're misunderstanding the
you were
situation. It
just a
can't have. It
child.
can't have been that. Yes. Yeah. Oh man.
Yeah. So that just being able to speak your truth on that, and maybe in fairness, everybody, depending upon where they're looking in from, have different perspectives of an event, and if they don't know the details of what occurred, they may not grasp. That's not their reality. That isn't what they've seen or heard, and so it becomes this complex situation in that too. But by people speaking out, and us letting it be known that these things happen more than we realize. They happen to our sisters, our brothers, our friends, our family. It makes it where somebody will be more apt to go, oh, wait a minute, that is occurring, instead of just completely dismissing it immediately as no, it can't be because I know this person and I don't know,
Mhm.
I know they didn't do that. And everybody knows someone. Anybody who does anything is known by someone and liked by someone and loved by someone, but that doesn't mean it doesn't occur.
Mm.
And so by her writing like this, I appreciate when the poets do that, because it allows us to see that. It gives her that freedom of going, this is me, this has occurred to me, and it gives a safe space to do that, and it gives an acknowledgement. It's a for you have to acknowledge it kind of way, I think,
Hmm.
so that I don't know it. I see it in all these different levels of where it causes improvement in life. I think, kind of like a puzzle piece that, and by people putting that out there, it makes it so that other people just have to take a step back and go, well, maybe, and see things slightly different. I don't know. I think I got a bit off course there, but sorry. Um, Kylie says it was resonating. It made sense in my mind as I was saying
No,
it. It
I see what path you're on. I see what.
Kylie says it was resonating to hear such a specific example, and it resembles some of my own experiences of abuse disguised as discipline. Yes, Kylie,
Yeah,
and they're
and
hugging each
that's a
other.
huge lack
Abuse
of
is discipline.
understanding of discipline.
Yes, we, and depending upon what age group you come in and where you live, discipline can be downright freaking cruel.
Yeah, and it's not discipline. It's
You're never
like
going to learn.
lazy. It's either lazy reaction or sort of spiteful reaction, and
It's lashing out, isn't it?
yeah, it's ignorant. It's all the things that we were talking about that we've
Yeah,
been talking about. Really, there's going to be reasons for it, but there's no excusing it.
yeah, yeah. Thank you, Ash. And we have
Yeah,
your other
thanks,
piece
Ash.
later. Um, yeah,
Yes, it got golden ticketed,
it
I
got golden
believe.
ticketed.
So the next one, I think we have Whimsical Wisdoms by Kells. And we don't have a title for this one. They say only sticks and stones have broken innocent bones. But these cerulean bricks you've built around the dress.
Start
What
over.
happened there?
We
Yeah.
just,
Something just started again. That was strange. Okay. Well, let's start again then. That was obviously time to restart for some reason. So, Whimsical Wisdoms by Kells. They say only sticks and stones have broken innocent bones, but these cerulean bricks you've built around my heart entrap me well past the boundaries of our address. If only you had left marks shaded in black and blue, for then others would have seen the damage of your Oxford sword. Instead, you chose a weapon of destruction that would leave behind marks matching my peach chromatic skin tone, one that drenches my weakened mind in cobalt tears and dresses my heart in shredded navy wrappings. You bejeweled my head with a crown of midnight, ensuring your rampant rage wasn't brought to light. Your screams stream through the ultramarine, shocked synapses you've carved with your neurotic chains. Child's mind is a sprouting sponge, and you used mine to soak up the Indogatin's ink spilled over your polluted path. I'm left scrubbing my own beryl boulevard so that others don't stain their feet in your royal tinted bloodbath. Sticks and stones may break my bones, but I will craft a way to mold sapphires from these groans. So my voice decided to break right on the last word there.
The Overlord says there's a big difference between consequence and punishment. Yes, there is.
Yeah.
Um, and Kels did a very good example. Well, beautiful golden ticket winner, um,
Yep.
writing, explaining that sometimes abuse is mental. It's it doesn't have to be physical to be extraordinarily damaging.
As one of the best examples used constantly is the child's mind is a sprouting sponge. Like the mind is a sponge at that point, immediately soaking up every experience.
Yeah. I like where she talks about the bricks that you've built around my heart entrap me,
Mm,
because that's a good example. Also, uh, Faiza hit on that too, is because you have to build your defense. You have a choice. You can either really build those defenses up so that you can withstand the lashing, or you can
mm.
crack. You're either going to
And she's saying,
splinter or
yeah, and it's a lot harder to escape those defenses. You said I can easier to escape than the boundaries of your home. You know, you can run away from home, but you're still going to have those internal defenses, those internal wounds that people can't see.
they become a
So it
part of
really
you.
is, it really is getting
The
trapped
walls.
within inside
Yeah.
yourself. Yeah, the walls inside, and you are trapped. And you want that, and you know, you may not be suffering the physical abuse then, but it might manifest into your own physical abuse, like a lot of self harm comes from this internal pain from the defenses, and they just, you know, they have this deep pain that they can't escape, and then that starts to come out.
It does. Ash says, I'm so digging this new communication board interface. Wink, wink.
Well,
We're glad you like it.
it's a work in progress.
It is a little bit a ways to go.
I'd like
Um,
that you're embracing it though. It's
yes,
fantastic.
that makes us happy. What I like the page where she says your screams stream through the ultramarine shocked synopsises you carved with your neurotic
Mhm.
chains, because uh, that brings about the triggers that you pick up as a child that you carry through life, because if certain if certain words are said repeatedly over and over again, certain lines are said, certain accusations are said time and time again, you take that in. if you know whenever you do this action, this is going to occur, or if you play with your hair, or all these little things, if you got screamed at and viciously verbally violated for these things, it changes your behavior, or it makes you
Mm,
think about, even once you're older, you're not going to do certain things probably because you have that come in, or maybe you start to learn to do them, or maybe when you have your own children, you're going to be very careful because you have that in your head going, no, don't do that, this could be this or this could be that. But that takes you have their voice in your head still, like it comes up at times where you don't want it to come up, um, but it's still there. It's because
mm,
that's how your brain formed. And I like that she addresses that, because that's an important part of healing. But it's also, I mean, addressing it and acknowledging it and learning to move from it is an important part of the healing. But even when you heal, even when it's gone and you rarely ever think about it, it's still there, and it comes up in
yeah.
these unexpected moments.
I think most, I think most, if not all, people would tell you that anyone that's suffered from
That's
abuse,
normal.
it never, and yeah, and it never goes. It's always a change, maybe, or not even a change in the thing. It's all about your understanding and perspective, and the way you deal with it, and the way you manifest your feelings.
Yeah.
Those are the things that change. Nothing will ever change what happened. It's all about
No,
how you deal with it
it
afterwards. And I think
is.
I've spoken to several people that know know that they can't get over this abuse, but the only thing they feel that could get them over it is the situation being changed, and it's an impossibility. And it's that's a sad thing to see people stuck in. It's like the only thing that could make me better is that having not happened, or that element of life changing.
And that
And that's like a fresh trauma in itself. Is that so you've
it is, and it would be nice if we could get into a place in society where getting counseling and getting uh, physical means of helping people move forward. We're creating new connections in the mind, and helping people move beyond this deep emotional trauma, whether they have the money to do so or not. To not put it
yeah, it
behind
should just
pay
be a matter of
thresholds. It
course.
should be a
Yeah,
matter of course, and to not turn it into this taboo. Something is wrong with you. Something is broken in you. So we're fixing you. No, you're not
it's like a
fixing
paramedic.
someone.
A paramedic called to an emergency is not the same as going to the doctor and having to pay for health insurance and stuff. Like, this is emergency, this is a serious situation, let's sort it out for what it is. And that you know
Yes,
abuse, treating abuse, it is an emergency.
it
Because
is.
it is life changing. It will change people's life, just like a devastating car accident or something.
And it will change the lives of everybody around it as well. And then that'll
Yeah,
change. It creates a domino effect. And if instead of just ignoring it, or saying we'll just tough it up and get over it, or whatever is said, if we would find a way to help mend the harm, because the harm occurred, it's a wound. But if we
yeah,
can find a way to help, if as a society we could find a way to help it heal in its best possible way,
yeah,
while
and
acknowledging it's still there and going to cause pains.
yeah, and understanding how and why it happened. So you're fixing the symptoms, but you're understanding the cause,
That would
and
be
openly,
extraordinary.
yeah,
And then providing, just like if you have a wound that is going to cause a physical wound that's going to cause problems throughout time, just like we uh, have ointments and this and that that we use, or we have walkers or different things to help with those. If we taught people that you can have communities, you can have these little things that will help you when you need it. You don't have
mm,
to bring it up all the time, but when you need it, this is there. If we didn't just go, oh, here's a hotline, you can talk if you want to.
yeah,
But if we made that an actual part of society, not this outreachy thing, but it was part of the society where people were like, oh, it's Friday and I'm going to call blah, 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 blah. If it just become part of the norm
yeah.
to envelop and reach out, I think that
It
would
means people
possibly
would
help.
get tailor. It would mean that people's treatment was tailored specifically for them, rather than just trying to think of these different blankets that we can cover people in. If there's more awareness and everyone in general is more used to understanding people as individuals with individual experience, then they can be treated like such, and
They'd be listened to.
yeah, they'd be listened to as them having gone through their own experience, whether it sounds similar to another person's or not. That's their own individual experience, and they will need their own different support structure to deal with it that is specific to them.
And acknowledge your pain is real. It's okay to feel like you feel.
Mm,
It's perfectly acceptable to feel the way you feel. But let's work with this.
mm.
You know what I mean? Because so often we say, no, you shouldn't feel that way. Or, oh, it's okay to have felt that way, but let's get over this. Well, there's some things that aren't
Even
getting
saying
over that.
things that, oh, I wish you didn't feel that way. It's like even
It
those
hurts.
things can be, because it's like saying I don't want that. Rather,
Yeah.
and then the other person is like, oh well, I don't want to make you feel bad, like feeling sorry for
Yeah.
me, so I won't talk about it. It's that it's that whole normalization of you've said something that you think is going to be shocking, you think it's going to scare them away, and you're met with just understanding and acceptance, and all of a
Yeah.
sudden it's neutralized. All of that tension and worry and fear can just go in an instant, which is what you're looking for.
Yeah. Leslie says conditioning is hard to break away from. It is. And Ash just called. Yes, Ash just called everybody out and says, well, fine, folks, insert yourselves into the system and then you can help foster these things. Good point. We can talk all we want to talk, but do.
Yeah,
Thank you,
that's
Ash.
true. And one of the reasons I haven't gone into that, because for a long time I wanted to be involved in some sort of social work and childcare, but I'm very aware of my own traumas as an adult and insecurities, and my getting overwhelmed with empathy or sympathy or something. And I think that could, if you are unstable as a carer, it's going to be just as negative, even if you've got the best intentions.
Well, I
So
think that's also we think about things big picture in that sense and think we have to be a this or a that, but we
but there are
don't
loads of
have to do. They're
elements within
small.
that system that you can
Yeah,
be a part of. It doesn't just have to be you either go and look after the most traumatized children or go do something else. Like there's
eh,
lots of levels to the way you can support and help within
yeah. It can be as
society.
simple as there's a big brothers and sisters here. You can go volunteer time.
Yeah.
You can show up at sports events and just you can volunteer time.
Hmm.
In and of itself, go and read stories. There's so many different things that can be done that just by engaging with the child and showing a kindness to the child, listening, showing an interest. It doesn't even have to be with a group. Maybe you have neighbor kids. Go
Hmm.
outside and play with the neighbor kids on occasion. Say, hey, how are you doing? Show interest in their school. There's so much that can be done that makes small changes to the mental health, but then and then step up to make those bigger changes to the system as it,
And that the whole leading by
if you
example
can.
thing as well. Just the more people do that, People don't like to be told what to do, but they like behaving like the people that they respect and like.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
mimic the things that you love and that you like and you respect. Like that person's cool. I want to be more like them. So if you can lead in that way, that's one of the best ways I think is in inspiring other people. Is not to just be like, hey, look, this is how it is. This is how you should be. Just be that, be
Yeah.
that thing clearly and in front of people, and people just are drawn to it, I think.
Yeah. I think so. I think so.
But it's difficult for sure.
It's difficult, but I think, I mean, and I'm a bit idealistic on my hopes and dreams and things like that. But I'd like to think that if everybody would start behaving in certain ways and try doing certain things, that eventually, just because we are creatures of habit, that would become the habit and that would become the norm. And yes, it might take a few generations for society to shift over, but society shifts all the time. Yes, usually society shifts all the time. We could make a conscious effort to shift it in that positive direction where we like to say, I'm just one person, what could I do? Or I can't do this, I'm not mentally capable, or I'm not physically capable, or whatever reason that you can't do something big. But you can do something small, and enough small shifts make a big shift, and enough big shifts make an even bigger shift. And so we have to kind of think along those lines versus not what I can't do, or I don't know. Yeah, maybe, probably
Yeah.
not. Um, Ash says you will never
Maybe
be
it's
ready.
probably
It is like jumping into the
no.
pool and
That's
volunteer
true.
first and get a feel for your capacity. Yeah, I mean, and that expectation that we place upon ourselves of, well, so and so does this, therefore I must do this too to be able to do this. We all have our own capacities. We all have our own limitations of what we can handle physically or mentally or time. It's just doing what you're capable of and then shifting your perspective. And that's what changes
Hmm.
things, sort of thing. So I don't know. Hmm.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah. But I like that I like Cal's for bringing the mental aspect of it up, and the
Yeah.
damage and the problems that that comes with, and then it's ongoing because usually you still have those people in your life. So even though we're talking about the childhood, that childhood goes on into that child as an adult, still dealing
Mm.
with it as an
And
adult as
I like
well.
how the fact that all of these pieces are highlighting different aspects, maybe of similar aspects, but it all is the same. The feelings are the same, you know, the physical, the mental, the emotional, it's all
I
the
agree.
same. It's all the
Yeah,
same. Pain is pain, whether it's
pain is
physical,
pain.
internal, and people are going to deal with it.
Yeah,
But yeah, very nice piece.
it is. And next, oh,
I'm
that's,
losing.
I was waiting for you to do it. I was like, the next read, but no, it's my turn to read, isn't it? Sorry
Oh,
about
I
that.
was pausing. I'd forgotten whose turn it was. I've just WhatsApp's done its pinging
Oh,
back thing. I don't understand why it does this.
Ash says Angela is goading you, Harry. Come on, boy, get your hands dirty.
Yeah,
So
volunteering is
next,
on the cards for sure. I specifically have time for things. It's one of those things I personally am working towards is building myself towards something like that.
then that's okay.
Yeah.
Everybody has to do it in their own time. And I think that even you coming on here and speaking about this and openly talking about like this on here, that in itself is an awareness raising thing. It raises awareness in you, and it raises awareness in other people, and that's good too. And it is an offering of time as well. I think when
Mm.
we start pressuring people to do things, that also is a negative thing. I know that they're being playful there, but there can be people that are watching that would not take that playfully or
Hmm.
would take it in a, you know,
Oh, for sure.
uncomfortable way. And if people are anxious or
Definitely.
have anxieties about it, pushing somebody who's anxious to do things never helps.
Mm.
Um, whether it's out of love or not. I know it's out of love, but it doesn't help, does it? So it's
Oh, I'm
probably
aware of my capacity, and I'm fairly immune to peer pressure these days. So I
that's
will
good.
say no if I can't, if I don't believe I can't do something, I'm not going to risk it. But
That's
I am
good.
aware of it. It is important to not stay in your comfort zone also. So,
It
you know,
is. It is. But I did just want to bring that up because since we are talking about, I don't want um, y'all have a good friend relationship, so there's poking going on there that people that are
oh
watching this
yeah,
might not see.
I
Uh,
actually, yes, it is
yeah,
all there. I'm not being called out
he's not
on
being bullied or anything.
it's
Yeah.
yeah.
So. Um, and this is VJHD.writer, aka the Overlord, Yellow Daisies. There is always a villain in the fairy tales, the big bad wolf. Perhaps that was the imaginings of a child's nightmare, and the villain was right there in the room, telling a bedtime story. Love was made of perfumed roses and frostbite. Strewn petals bruised the sheets, cherry red, stained lips. She wanted to play, but the window was smashed. The rain poured in flooded tears,
I
sticks and stone.
sorry.
It's okay, I'll start over. It did it again. I don't know if I'm still here or not. He's frozen. Am I still here? Is he frozen for y'all? Yes, says Ash. Frozen creepy smile. That makes Overlord happy. Yes, I don't know what's happened, so it's a hairy cycle, says Ash. All right, well, I'm going to keep reading, and if he comes back, yay. Um, so I will watch for that. And so this is VJHD.writer, Yellow Daisies. There was always a villain in the fairy tales, the big bad wolf. Perhaps that was the imaginings of a child's nightmare, as the villain was right there in the room, telling a bedtime story. And I just clicked off of it. Sorry. One more time. Third time's a charm. Yellow Daisies by VGHD.writer. There is always a villain in the fairy tales, the big bad wolf. Perhaps that was the imaginings of a child's nightmare, and the villain was right there in the room, telling a bedtime story. Love was made of perfumed roses and frostbite. Strewn petals bruised the sheets, cherry red stained lips. She wanted to play, but the window was smashed. The rain poured in flooded tears, sticks and stones. Fractured into splinters 1,000 pieces like safety glass, not fallen. A wolf in the daylight, a rose in the dark. Droplets of truth fall into the abyss. Dark cellars without sky and deep roots. Roses have always had their thorns, not afraid of getting hurt. After all, fairy tales always have a wolf. Tiny little minds have the biggest hearts. Look them in the eye, the depth runs deep, watching for the big bad wolf. Fractured into splinters, pasted together with glue and dirt, strawberry stained fingers, and frozen blue tears. She picked yellow daisies as she closed her eyes and left her mind. She left yellow daisies on her grave, along with the shattered memories of her soul. Give me 1 second. So Harry's phone froze up and he is trying to restart it. Um, what I like about this poem, aside from it's just beautifully written poetry like a fairy tale, is that the fairy tale of the writing um, goes about explaining something that would have happened in old fairy tales, and that is so often the case that happens in homes where child abuse occurs, is that the children being abused are told to watch out for the big bad wolf. They're taught these lessons. They're taught don't take candy from strangers and all of the other things um, that can occur in life that are negative. And yet the abuse is happening by the very people that are telling them these stories, that are teaching them these lessons. Uh, and that's not something that's a bit of a mind F, as it were, for the child that's experiencing it, because they're looking for stranger danger, but the danger is very close to home. Um, he got called to another dimension by the Overlord. Uh, Ash says, "Oh, I like that last line you read. I like the physical symbolism of letting go of something." Let me find that last line. She left yellow daisies on her grave, along with the shattered memories of her soul. Um, and I like that aspect because of where she's talking. There he is, of where she's or he's talking about. And when I'm saying she, I'm speaking of like this poem here. She, the person in the poem. Are you back? Are you not back? Nope, you froze again. Um, I like that where the girl and
This is going very
are
well,
you
isn't it?
back? You're not back. You're freezing for some reason. If you can hear me, let me hold on a second. I was just laughing at me if you can hear me. Yeah, that's why I switched. I realized what I was saying. um, but I like how in the poem he says that it's saying that he's unable to connect to the internet, though it seems fine. So he's going to clear his cache now. Anyone see the horror movie Smile? Right? Right, Kylie? Uh, but what I like about that is on the last three stanzas, which I don't have it pulled up before me because I'm watching for this, is that they talk about going off, that the child splinters, and that so often is what happens in a child's mind who is abused like that, is they really go off into some world of their own, be it uh, Harry Potter nowadays, or Narnia when I was a kid, or whatever cartoon or books they're reading. Um, Overlord says some situations never get found out or intervened, and they have to grow up and leave, and God willing, leave it all behind. That's so true. And they're able to do that uh, by creating these worlds for themselves often, and they grasp on for that hope of this will be better. And sometimes kids aren't able to leave it all behind, but if that's symbolism within that of the grave, then that's the flowers left. I like the use of the yellow of leaving of leaving it all behind, and going for these brighter places, a sort of thing. Ash says that takes such strength of character and emotional maturity. It does. And I think that it also, you can leave things behind and you get drawn back in out of guilt, out of societal expectations again and again. We even tell people don't burn bridges. If you're religious, you don't do this against your mom or your mother or your father or this or that. And so we are literally conditioned as a society not to leave things behind like that are harmful to us. But sometimes you have to. You just have to, for your own sake, whether the people around you understand it or accept it or not. It's just, that's part of the survival in and of itself. And we need to teach people that that's okay too. Ash says, yes, there is always going to be residual dust. Absolutely. Absolutely. And so I like that you've pointed that aspect out. Let me go back to it. I was waiting to see if he was saying something else. Hold on. There he is. You back?
I'm
Creepy smile? No, you smiled. Something is not going to happen here. Um, but I like that. I like the way that you wrote it, the strawberry stained fingers and frozen blue tears. You bring these colorful images in again and again throughout it that are nice well, not nice, but are metaphors for the things that happen. Overlord says, the many faces of Harry, and Ash says, thank you, Overlord. Um, and Leslie says, it is part of the Bible to honor parents, and yet how can you honor the pain caused? Exactly. And how can you honor people that are doing that to you, to constantly, and that's even thrown into it, into children's faces as children. Um, when they say something, when they do reach out and they speak out and they say, this is happening, and they get punished almost for speaking out against their parents, for doing that. So I I really like this fairy tale of a poem, because it is a fairy tale, where the wolf is not the danger; it's the people warning you of the wolf, um, that is the danger. And so it was probably, might possibly be, I don't know for sure, but it might be my favorite thing I've seen you written. It might just be in the top, but it's that high. I really like it a lot. So thank you for writing to it. And I guess I'm going to start the next one, since Harry is not coming back, I don't think. Or rather, I don't think Harry's internet is letting him come back. Let me see messages. um, Overlord says, I didn't think anything could beat the Crimson Heart. I know, right? But you may have. You may have. I've got to figure it out. Looking off into the distance contemplatively, says Ash. Um, so I am going to let me tell him that I got to get back to the live, and then I'm going to go ahead and read. All right. So Harry has sent a screen image of his he's got a message that's come up from YouTube. I've never seen it before and he's never seen it before. That's basically saying he has no internet connection. He has internet connection. He just doesn't have one. He'll just pop on and read for him. You do that, Ash. You do that. That would be that would be very cool of you. But now we have brush and pintails. And when you're where you can do that, by golly, you better. That would be a most welcoming thing. So this is brush and pintails, pentacles or gada, and there is no title. I'm so proud of her, Kitty, too, because I got tentacles in her hair. Okay. So, hers says, through a window where twilight weeps, resides a child, a lone silhouette, cast into the abyss of cerulean cruelty, a solitary soul where all his days are blue. Within the depths of his azure eyes lies a story, a saga of sorrow and abuse. Born into the darkness of navy nights where innocence is lost, a darling child cloaked in a cobalt hue. His spirit a fragile porcelain cracked by the hands of ultramarine malice, invisible wounds beneath skin like azure skies, a jigsaw of pain etched in shades of blue. He tries to play in the gentle breeze as he hides with his denim, a spectre in a sea of indigo, longing for the warmth of golden arms in a world where to him love wears a cloak of navy. Each day dawns with a melancholic cyan light as he navigates the labyrinth of his existence. Oh, such a beautiful boy, a solitary figure, lost amidst the vastness of a teal horizon. Yet within the depths of his cerulean sapphire gaze lingers a spark, innate as the dawn, a flame of resilience. You will rise, my child, find love. Your pain will not define you. Celebrate and shine bright in defiance of those darkest shades of blue. And so this was Pentacles, Brush, and Pintails. And da 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 da, golden ticket. She also used all the different 10 different shades of blue in her description uh, for her poem. Ash is giving all the hearts. Yes. And um, she emphasized the loneliness of the child as she goes through and describes this in a beautifully written poem, um, where she's bringing to mind in my thoughts as I read it, uh, that as the innocence is lost in a child who is abused like that, they do often become introverted and solitary, and they can walk through the world and be in a crowd, and wherever they are, they're still kind of alone. Um, and that this goes on. Sometimes it's seen, sometimes it's not. And where she says, his spirit a fragile porcelain. Harry says, apologies for my technical difficulties again. It's okay, Harry. It's all right. It happens. That's technology. Um, and that there's invisible wounds beneath the skin, a jigsaw of pain. And that so often happens. The wounds that are experienced are not physical, they're not seen on the outside, and they can be just as deep and just as challenging, whether the person, has their head under a hoodie and hides away as they go through life alone and can't be seen and kind of vies away from groups, or they might be somebody who is in a suit, standing tall, marching against it, looking like they're confident and own the world, but inside be very broken and fragile because they just mask it that well, and hide it that well. And the whole longing for a warmth of golden arms, something that would love him. Uh, I think especially in males, that can happen quite a lot because men are taught, and little boys, it's drilled into them that they have to be strong. And that is so often part of the abuse that comes on, be it verbal or physical, is boys don't cry, buck it up, be strong, don't show your weakness. And then as they get older, that becomes even more intensified. They're not allowed to express that these are the things that they yearn for, that they want. um, and so I think she's taking us on that journey of that, of the melancholy sadness that exists, that waking up to this existence can be detrimental, to a person's physical health and mental health and the strength that it takes. And then that last stanza that she writes is, uh, in speaking to that child or to that adult that was once a child, that has that inner child in them that is broken, and is saying to them, I see that glimmer in your eye. I see that spark that's still there. And I think that's so important. And I'm going to come to that because that's something we're not talking about tonight. Is it's that you will rise up, that these wounds can heal, that this doesn't define you, that you can celebrate your defiance, you can celebrate these things. And that's something that we forget sometimes when we're talking about these subjects, because we get so caught up in talking about the subject and in talking about the pain and in talking about the damage that's done and trying to heal the damage, that we forget to look out and speak to the children and the adults and the teenagers, that they have become, and just look them in the eye and say to them, you know what, I see you. I see your capabilities. I see your strength. I see your weaknesses. I see your beauty. I see the sparkle that you have. I see the amazing capabilities and the amazing things that you do. And all of this, everything that's in you, that does not define you. I know you're going to do incredible things. I know that you're going to be able to have the love, the happiness, what you desire. You can do it. Um, and I think that's a beautiful thing that she has come and wrapped around and said, you are resilient. And we don't often say that. We call people victims. We say these tragedies that have happened to them. Um, and yes, that's occurred, but having something occur to you does not make you weak or a victim. So to be able to step out and say to this person, you know what? I see your resilience. I see your defiance. I see your strength. I see your capabilities. I see what you have went through and overcome both physically and mentally and emotionally and continue to overcome day in, day out. And wow, that makes you amazing. Wow, you are pretty flippin' incredible for that. Yeah, you may go cry. Yeah, you may not like yourself. Yes, you may have fear. Absolutely, you may have a lot of fear, but you're right there. Look at you. That is amazing. And so I think that last bit of her poem celebrates that. Celebrate and shine bright in defiance of all that's occurred. And I enjoy that message. I love giving. I think giving kids, giving adults that message is a beautiful thing because again, whatever happens to you, that's happened to you. And if you're able, whether you fall down from it or you get back up or you fall down again and again and again and again, you're still getting back up again and again and again and again. Maybe it takes you multiple times, and that is okay. You're building strength with each of those times, and it is a hell of a lot harder, and you are a hell of a lot stronger if you are able to face it over and over again and still keep getting up. If it doesn't take any effort for you to get up, that does not take the same amount of strength as it does for someone who has to tear themselves apart to do it. And so I hope that people won't see themselves as weak in that. Um, and that this poem really showcases that and lifts that up, I think, and that's a beautiful thing. Ash is amazing poem, amazing reader. She did wonderful, and thank you, Ash. Um, so I like the lingers a spark, innate as the dawn, a flame of resilience. We talk about things, our sparks being muffled, and we talk about um, oh, look at so and so. They look so unalive, or they're so sad, or they're so depressed. And maybe they are. Maybe they're very sad. Maybe they're very depressed. Maybe they can't get out of bed from that depression. Maybe they cannot figure out a way out of that depression. But but they're still alive and they're still kicking and there is still a spark in there and it just needs breathed on. It just needs air to ignite and then burn bright. And if we could help people do that and yeah, beautiful. Hmm. And people who are in those situations, a flame of resilience. That's a very beautiful term. Should write that down, Overlord. Flame of resilience. Ask Pentacles if we can use that as a prompt. A flame of resilience. Um, it's a beautiful poem. Thank you for writing. And next we have mine. And this is called Lessons to Fly Away from the Breath of Daydreams. And it is a song, but I'm not going to sing it. So y'all will just have to imagine it. Tumbled blue into the night, crumbling fortress bathed in plight. Love's askew where sorrow sways, end betrays those come what mays. Whispered words kept hushed of choice. Tattered help lets wrong rejoice. Garlands strung on limbs too frail. Dreams bequeathed to those who sail. Little soldier, don't you cry. Shed those tears and you will die. Raise your head and now sit up straight. Don't be late to your doomed fate. Little soldier, ignore their calls. Build your heart behind thick walls. Be the best or end up hurt. Don't make a peep, just stay alert. Trains may screech, but tracks will scar. Words just as deeply mar. Don't expect help from your friends. In the end, every soul bends. Little soldier, don't you cry. Shed those tears or you will die. Raise your head, now sit up straight. Don't be late to your doomed fate. Little soldier, ignore their calls. Build your heart behind thick walls. Be the best or end up hurt. Don't make a peep, just stay alert. It's okay to not be perfect. It's okay. Mistakes are worth it. It's okay to walk away. It's okay, no matter what they say. It's okay to scream in madness. It's okay to fight for gladness. It's okay to take flight and flee. It's okay, I say to me. Little soldier, don't you cry. Shed your tears or you will die. Raise your head, now sit up straight. Don't be late to your doomed fate. Little soldier, ignore their calls. Build your heart behind thick walls. Be the best or end up hurt. Don't make a peep, just stay alert. Just close your eyes, wish really hard. One day you won't be standing guard. Adults are cruel and often lie. Burn every bridge. You need to fly. And fly, fly away to glory. Fly, fly away. Once you're strong enough to say goodbye, fly, fly away. So, pardon me. Um, I told myself I would talk about this poem, even though y'all know I don't normally talk about my writing because it makes me uncomfortable. Thank you guys. Um, if y'all don't mind, I'm not going to read your stuff out loud because I'm trying to gain composure. People can read it back afterwards if they want to. Um, we often, this was a combination of things. And I think what I wanted to say wasn't just about myself, was about things I see that are said about other people. And we often think of as abuse. Yeah, I gotta stop because I thank you. I appreciate that. And y'all are so kind and I feel it. Um, but if y'all keep doing that, I'm gonna start crying and I don't want to cry on camera. Pretty please. So um, it's just like I was saying from Pentacles poem. Uh, abuse looks different on different children. And depending upon your mental capabilities and what you have experienced, uh, many people are learn to mask it very well, um, very well. But even if you're able to mask it, and even if you're able to walk out into society and your child is able to perform well, that doesn't mean stuff doesn't exist. And there are things that can be said that will stick with you for always. Harry says it's still a part of you, a part of your character. Yes. So there are things that can be said that you're taught, and often an abuse comes in different ways. And even though this isn't necessarily considered abuse in many homes, something that really strikes me in society today that is causing a lot of damage to children is how they're pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed um, to be their best. And when that is combined, especially when that is combined with the other things, like if you get punished for not doing really good, or um, and any number of things that can happen, you're told this things add up. So you have this area here where you're punished for this, or maybe you have an abusive parent, but the other parent is scared, so you got to be quiet, or maybe you have to be quiet just so you won't get hurt. There's all these different things that add up together. Um, and often the people that are experiencing them, you don't see it because they have learned how to hide it really, really well. And so we speak out in society that you can tell if someone's being abused, or that a child will always show it. Now, I do think a child, probably you can see it in their eyes if you look, because I look back at pictures of things and you can see it, but you have to really be looking, I think, and catch in the moments, because children can be like little chameleons, and they get even better at it as they get older, and you learn to hide all these things. And so it's really important that we do give these spaces to look and listen, and we teach people how to listen, and we teach people what to say, because if we don't, we do miss a lot. um, and so that's why I wrote this. And also because it is okay to walk away, just like some of these other poems said. Sometimes you just have to walk away and be okay with that, and that's going to suck. It's going to be hard. It means you're not going to have that support system there that so many people take advantage of, or that so many people take for granted, not advantage of. You're going to have to face all these things as adults where people go, well, that's weird. Or most people can't understand if you say it. People don't understand people that don't want to have anything to do with their parents. You are not allowed to say that in many societies. It creates, it's a taboo thing, and it takes strength to do. And you fight it and you fight it and you fight it. But I think what anybody who is older, who has experienced this, would say to those younger people who are trying to do what is expected of them from society and not walking away from it, and taking on more pain and more pain, is walk away. You don't have to. Ash says it strikes new questions you don't always want to address. Yes. And Harry says social media has made these attitudes even hard to expect with young kids. Yes. But you're going to get embarrassed. It'll be embarrassing. You'll be embarrassed. You're going to get judged. You're going to lose friends. People may call you a liar. All of that's going to happen. Every bit of it, probably, absolutely, positively, will probably happen. And that's okay. And that's okay. Because if that is what you need to do for your mental health or for your safety, that is okay. And we need to tell people that because maybe, maybe if we let people know that that's going to happen and it's okay, and it happened to this person, and it happened to this person, and it happened to this person, and we're still okay. We're alive. The world didn't crash on top of us. It may have gotten more challenging, at least for a while, but it didn't crash on top of us. That they will do it sooner. And if you've tried to make things change and they don't ever change, and you've tried and tried to hope someone will change how they behave, but they don't, sometimes you just have to let it go. It's not going to change. And everybody makes their choice of whether they can deal with it or not. But if you don't want to deal with it, if it causes you harm and hurt, always to deal with it, it is okay to say, you know what? I don't want to deal with it anymore. And you're going to have guilt. You are going to have a lot of guilt. And you're going to look at yourself and go, what the hell? You're going to have all this confusion. And that's okay. That's part of the process. Um, but it doesn't make you a bad person. And you can still keep moving forward. And that's what I wanted to, I think, be able to say, because I see young people struggling with it and they don't want to face the flashback that they think will be with the society, from society, and it breaks my heart to see that because they're suffering so much when they don't have to. Um, and I just wish we would speak out instead of, we're always telling people, make it work, make it work. Well, sometimes it won't work. Sometimes it will not work. And that's okay to acknowledge. And Harry says, you will never lose real friends, but it's a shame that people will run from their discomfort. Um, and Ash says, that's an excellent insight and advice. Oh, that's an opinion. Thank you, Ash. Um, and Harry says he agrees with Ash. It's an important insight. Thank you, guys. It's okay. I just think that's something we need to learn to say to ourselves. It's okay to need to walk away. It's okay to not be perfect. There's a whole lot into this, but I'm done talking about mine. Yay! Thank you. Moving forward. Um, and then the last bit, of course, was my play on the religious song "I'll Fly Away," because, well, y'all probably already figured out my thoughts on religion when it comes to such things. Um, and so that was just, yeah. So next, and thank you guys for your kind words in the chat while I was doing that. I appreciate that. Next is VJHD.writer, aka the Overlord, who decided they needed a golden ticket too and wrote a villanelle that is not there. Where did the villanelle go, Overlord? Are you switching things around on me? One moment. Where's your. Oh, okay. I see it now. Not a golden ticket? Oh, I thought it was. Okay. Not a golden ticket. I was wrong on that. Um, but it is still a villanelle, right at the bottom of the list. Thank you, Harry. So this does not have a title unless it's, yeah, this does not have, I see. No title here. And this is a villanelle. Oh, no, it does have a title. I apologize. I'm getting there. I'm getting there. I'm reading the other stuff. Okay. This is This is called The Villain in the Story Doesn't Get a Line. I always took the fall, you see. I couldn't bear to see him cry. He didn't like the third degree. I wish I had said that I agree. I lie in order to comply. I always took the fall, you see. To make sure that he got his tea, he'd look at me and wonder why he didn't like the third degree. Promised him someday we'll be free. Dressed in blue, he would try to fly. I always took the fall, you see. We got away despite debris. Thinking of it now, I just cry. He didn't like the third degree. For him to be all he could be, a sibling I could not deny. I always took the fall, you see. He didn't like the third degree. Um, a syllable rule, yeah. Uh, so I like this because it also talks about um, something that happens often in homes where there's child abuse and there's multiple siblings is one sibling or a couple of siblings will often take on the protector role. Um, More often than not, it's the oldest, but sometimes it's not. It's dependent upon the situation and what's going on and things like that. But uh, there can be houses where not everybody gets in trouble in the same amount, or maybe it doesn't look as abusive because there will be a child who takes it upon themselves to play that protector role, and they will do everything from getting purposefully in trouble to distract from something the other kid has done to taking on the responsibility for what someone else has done. Overlord says, but in situations with little power, being protective means taking the rap. It does, yes. Um, and that happens a lot. They will, and it can happen in all sorts of ways. Overlord says favoritism is a sneaky hidden abuse a lot don't see. It is. And Ash says running interference. They'll run interference. They sometimes get pulled into it by one of the parents if alcohol is involved or drugs are involved or something like that is involved. They can get pulled into it by the other parent to help uh, keep the other parent from behaving this way or that way. And that creates another layer of issues that comes up with both at that moment and then also later down the line because the realities that are faced are very different between the siblings. Um, and so they have different memories. Everybody has a different memory of something that is occurring. Uh, it's there's so many there's so many layers to this. Sometimes, depending upon the family, all the siblings may know that one sibling is doing that and it's known. Other times they may not know that the sibling is doing that. There's just so much to it. And the mentality that it puts on the protector sibling, it does change how they look and how they see life and the things that they do. And I don't think they know it, but it does have that effect long term. And it also creates a battle within the children. Um, it pits them against one another sometimes, and it pits the parents. It's a weird. There's such a weird, complex situation that goes on with that. Um, Harry says, yes, Overlord, and greatly affecting too, almost directly being told you are worse, you are better. Yes. And Overlord says that it's And it isn't always the parent either, but a flatmate or a person close to the family that has the power to the parent in that situation. Yeah, it can be something like that. And when you start pitting siblings against one another, that creates a lot of damage. And it creates a long-term damage because whether we can see things as adults or not and look back with a perspective, an adult perspective, we can look back at it with an adult perspective and understand why things happened and how things happened. But we still have the emotions of the child. We have the experience of the child who did not have all this knowledge to be able to see what was going on or be able to understand what was happening. They experienced it fresh. They experienced those things with the child's mind. Um, and so it still does all that damage, and those bonds are already broken before they have a chance to get mended, things like that. This is such a complex topic that would be uh, something we could talk about for quite some time. But I like that they brought this up into this discussion today because we don't talk about that often, and we'll even joke about the favoritism to a degree uh, in society, or um, we do pit children against one another in weird ways as well, making these comparisons without realizing that oftentimes what's occurring there behind the scenes is quite different than what it appears uh, on the surface. Harry says it's another form of normalized abuse. It is. Thank you, Harry. Yes. Thank you, Overlord, for writing this second piece. Um, I really like that everybody who's written tonight is bringing about different aspects of what needs to be brought to attention. Um, and we have two more. And so this next one is a golden ticket, and it come in late, but even though we don't normally accept late poems like this, we did it in this case because this is the nature of Ash, and uh, she's been in the hospital for something really big. And when those things happen, we just make exceptions because, of course, we're going to, no matter who it is, uh, because life gets in the way. Um, and so this is Towaway Zone. A blue-green stethoscope hung from her neck. I lived close to the clinic, a 5-mile trek. The sky was a soothing azure. I like it that way. It was a walk-in clinic, but a mom called ahead that day. The receptionist's scrubs were a barrel in gray print. Clearly disturbed from the call, I leaned in for a hint. Almost aggressively, she shoved a chart in the shelf. Ill-fitting, she forced it, swearing to herself. The child needed a follow-up from an ER visit. Tears brimmed cerulean eyes of the receptionist. I asked again, "What is it?" Absent-mindedly, I scratched my head with a cobalt pen. She stared off in silence. 2 beats. I asked again. I noticed the indigo background in the calendar on the wall. Before she spoke, tears began to fall. Brushing away a loose hair from my navy scrubs, I took a breath. In this business, often, there are things worse than death. Heavy footsteps behind me. I was greeted by Dr. Morris, royal blue tie. He was a dark caramel-skinned man with eyes of sapphire. I could hear from the outside. I don't remember her being a crier. They entered through the whimsically teal-painted door, and before I even asked the first question, I knew I didn't want to know anymore. Ellie had on a turquoise dress and pink shoes. Telling rings beneath her eyes sobbed with midnight blues. The curiosity of an older cousin, although only 6, he knew what he had done was wrong. They'd played together many times in the past, at least a dozen. Mom said the toddler wouldn't sleep, crying all night long. Next to the child, when young cousin ran off from the room, was left a blood-streaked Hot Wheels car. She confided, "I'll never forget as he ran away, saying, 'Vroom!' Out of necessity, a report was filed, but no justice is gained from this flavor of scar." A toddler, horrified, screaming with diaper changes. And this identified are multiple victims, and the tune rearranges. What exposure had the little boy had? Forever, of course, he'll be labeled as bad. There is no denial something was wrong. There was something not right. She's got to be 17 or so now. My hope for her is that my hope for her is that is better luck sleeping through the night. I will never forget how the sky had darkened by the time my shift finished to a melancholy blue-gray. This poem, which was written with beautiful rhythm, Ash, that you got rhyme on that, is incredible. Brings up something like we were talking about a bit earlier, in that sometimes the really horrific event that has occurred has victims on all sides. Harry says it's an excellent example of the rippling effects of abuse. Yes. And you don't know, while the child can tell he did what he did wrong. And there goes my earbuds. While the child can tell what he did was wrong, it doesn't mean he understands why it's wrong at that time, especially at that age. And for someone at that age to do something like that, that means that they've seen it somewhere, they've heard about something like that, something has occurred to give them that idea. And kids at that age don't comprehend hurting each other, really. They don't comprehend those ramifications. The mind hasn't formed to that extent yet, at least in many and most cases. And so there's just going to be rippling effects, like Harry said, of that, not just from the little girl who's going to have multiple repercussions of it. The child is going to have the repercussions of it. The parents, I mean, the boy, everybody is. And this is one of those cases where abuse takes on such an something that is hard for us to comprehend, I think, as society, in the sense that, in my mind, and this is just my thoughts and my opinions here, is what occurs in these, what the boy did, while is bad and wrong, and we don't want to see it happen, it causes harm. There was an innocence there in that. And that in and of itself might not necessarily be the abuse. I mean, it is, but it's not what the boy has witnessed. abused or had done to him could possibly be even more abusive. It's such a complicated thing that is really challenging to digest. And the repercussions of it all around are just staggering. And I think when someone is experiencing that, and the healthcare providers who are watching it and comprehend everything that's happening and comprehend the outcome that goes from it in all directions, it's got to be quite staggering. And we don't talk about them. Healthcare workers can't really talk about it because they're not allowed. And we don't talk about it in society because it's one of those subjects where there's shame in the family and there's embarrassment. Um, and it creates inner scars, I think, in everybody that's involved on both children that will never be the same again necessarily. Ashes, I wanted to offer it because it's not the face we normally imagine. The abuse was 3 people removed. It was a small town. It was a teenage sibling making him watch porn. Yeah, the something like that had to come from somewhere. And that's just it. That little child who is seen as the perpetrator in this was being abused themselves to be able to even know to do that, what occurred. Um, and we need to develop where we can have these open conversations on the subject like that without getting wound up or offended, or too uncomfortable to be able to discuss it, or saying, oh no, we can't say that this little boy used a car to and used his younger siblings' orifice as a garage, basically, uh, because they saw was watching the porn. We've got to get to where we can say that and we can talk to people about it and not be so uncomfortable that we won't be able to talk to people about it, because that just brings across all these broader issues that have to be discussed so that change can happen. And it brings to attention things we have to be able to talk to our children about and address with our children. So without shame, without fear mongering, without judgment, so that the kids will know, hey, don't do this, or hey, this isn't okay. Um, but that's, at least where I live, that's not how most people tend to go about these sorts of conversations. Um, and they certainly wouldn't want their children to comprehend anything like this in any way, shape, or form exists, or the capacities for it. But it's only as we know about things and understand things that we know to, I don't know, not do them and look for things. But this really highlighted those different aspects of it. So I really appreciate that um, quality of it. Thank you, Ash. And I'm sorry that my brain is getting a bit mumbled. It's intense topics tonight. And we've been doing it for going on 4 hours. So I start to fade at this point. So I do apologize. Ash says it's difficult to remove the disturbing aspects to engage in the dialogue to be able to teach others. It is, and it's an important thing that needs to be taught. And we need to be taught to see these differences and be able to look at something clinically, um, so that we can comprehend it on that logical manner versus just jumping to emotional conclusions and causing even more harm than has already occurred. And unfortunately, that's what often happens is more harm occurs from our inability to do that. Leslie says, speak no evil, hear no evil. Harry says, everything comes down to shame free education, it seems. Exactly. I am, I believe very strongly in shame free education. I believe very, very strongly in sex education. I believe very strongly in so many types of education and in education of adults because that is the only thing that will ever make things better. And if we shame people, shame is not a good thing. Shame doesn't teach anything. Shame just teaches hiding stuff away. Um, and we can do better. We can do better. Leslie says this is how it works, unfortunately. And Overlord says, you're doing so well, Angelique. We have I'm good. Thank you. Thank you for that. And yes, it is disqualified due to the topic, but we're going to read it because it's important. And Ash says, yes, this has been very heavy engagement. And Harry says, learning not to shame ourselves too. Yes. And we learn to shame ourselves because that's what we've been taught, isn't it? We've been taught to be ashamed of this and that. We've been taught to fear this. We've been taught to look down upon ourselves about things. But if we can just change those narratives so that we're not creating children and adults who are ashamed of life, basically, of learning, of experiencing, of making mistakes and getting better, we would be a much healthier society. We would be able to step out and go, I failed, or I did wrong, or I'm sorry, um, and not think of ourselves as weak or ashamed or all the names that we call ourselves. It's education is just so important in life, especially when it comes to these basic fundamentals. And education provides strength. Education gives us the character needed to say no. We 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 try to shame people into all these things that don't work, but if we would just give the education so that they know what would happen if we do it, it makes a difference. Harry says it is also the shame of people that haven't been touched by abuse, making them feel comfortable in their inexperience to empathize with and help those that have. Yeah, that's another strange aspect of society, isn't it? Is people feeling guilty for having not experienced something. And nobody should ever feel guilty for that. And also what can happen a lot is this weird uh thing where somebody thinks if they haven't experienced something as challenging as this what they view as challenging as this other person's life, um that they have no right to talk about it or that they shouldn't converse or interact. But that's not true either, because well, one, if you're a child and you're experiencing these things, whatever it is that you're experiencing, whether it's the best most beautiful life ever or it's the worst, it's all you know. That's it. That's all you've learned. That's all you know. So even though as an adult you might look backwards or you might look upon these things because you've learned there's different parameters and there's different levels of something. So you look at it and go, oh, wow, that's so much worse than anything I've ever experienced. The kid doesn't know that. The kid just doesn't know. Um, they know what they've had, they know what they've grown, and either or, it doesn't matter in the sense that whatever has caused you pain or it gives you problems is still relevant. And one, it's not a competition. It is never a competition. There's nobody The very idea that somebody's going, "No, I'm more abused than you are," that's just no, no. So somebody who feels like they haven't experienced something like that, I hope that that could be changed and that people would stop feeling that way because that's nobody wants someone to feel like that. Um, Pain is pain. Yes, there's different levels of pain, but what one person tolerates to another person, that's just all subjective. And abuse is abuse, pain is pain. You know, these things are horrible. And we should be able to discuss and speak with one another without having to worry about, well, am I qualified because I haven't had this happen to me? Ash says, yes, when I was 10, I had a 26-year-old mentor, and I have no idea what her life experiences were, but she gave me time and wanted to read my effed up poems, and it meant everything. Exactly. And when you're young, when you're 10, or you're a child, and somebody older is showing interest in you, and you have all this crap going on that no one knows about, or people know about and they're ignoring, or maybe they're not ignoring it. But if you have someone who the difference between somebody who comes through this somewhat whole and who doesn't is those mentors and those adults and those older siblings, older uh, friends, family, just strangers that pause and go, "Hey, what's that?" That listen, that encourage them, that lift them up, that show them the beauty that's in them. I had teachers that were like that, and I am so fortunate for that. They were life changing for me. Um, I got a soft spot for the teacher. Um, Ash said they told me I was going to be okay no matter what because I really was worth something. Exactly. And that to a kid who's been told otherwise or who's experiencing all these other things means more than you can imagine. Just let the kid know that, hey, you're going to make it and you're amazing and you're going to blow everybody away one day. That's all you got to do. All you got to do. Thank you so much for sharing that, Ash. It means the world. Uh, and Harry says it's inspiring. That's why, you know, when you see somebody that goes back, even though that's not kids, that goes back to that same old thing is smile when you see people, ask people how they're doing and look them in the eye if you're someone able to look people in the eyes and pause and mean it. Don't just don't throw a how are you doing out there and walk away and just make it a throwaway phrase. If you ask somebody how they're doing, be prepared for an answer and want the answer. Be invested um, in the answer. Things like that make a difference. Ask your cashier that. You know, ask everybody that you come across. It's those things make huge differences when you see kids every single time you're out and about and you see a child and you see something about them, even if they look happy, 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 make a compliment. Say something that will lift them up. Make a comment about whatever they're doing at that moment that is going to be a compliment and lift them up and make them go, oh, this person saw me and thinks I'm this and thinks I'm that. You have no idea the impact you make on that child. If you tell, you know, someone even silly things like you've got the brightest eyes or, oh my gosh, seeing you do this made me smile so big. Those little bitty, teeny tiny things have more impact than the biggest things ever sometimes. Um, Kylie says 100% most people put a lot of effort in showing those younger than those how insignificant they think they are. Yes. And we need to, whew, we need to do that, change that. We need to like, Give it our all. Ash is absolutely muted. Um, and Kylie says it costs nothing to treat people like they're human too. It absolutely does not cost anything to treat people like they're human. It's one of the most valuable, priceless things we can do. And we talk about success, and we talk about wealth, and we talk about uh, respect so much. And we give it to people who have earned these professional positions that require this college or this, that. But often we don't talk about just how successful, just how powerful, just how impactful, and what incredible leaders someone like the little lady that lives 2 houses down, that every time the kids get off the bus and are walking by says, "Hi, how are you doing?" The kids may not even notice it consciously. They may mock that little old lady. They but that lady is there every single day asking those kids, and means it, "How are you doing?" Watching as those kids walk by, wanting those kids to see that they're there. There's all these little things that are so that we see as so insignificant, but they make such huge impacts on lives that are not used to getting kindness, or even the lives that are, but it just matters. And if we change how we see that, and we just try to be kind more, it's so life. It means so much. Leslie says, "My richness comes from teaching students." Yeah, it's such an enriching and empowering uh, thing, and that's where I think that wealth comes from. Is what kind of kindness are you showing to someone else? What are you doing that just makes somebody's day a little bit better? It doesn't have to be a lot, and it doesn't have to make a day super super brighter. But look around, see what's going on, speak up, and try to make people's hearts lighter and make people smile from the inside, um, and to be seen. And Ash says, "Thank God for teachers." Yes, teachers are life changing and saving. Teaching is one of the most undervalued callings. It really is. It really, really is. And for this final one, we have a poem that does not qualify. It was submitted by one of our newer members. But it doesn't qualify. They didn't use the blue for one, and um, it is an older poem repost, so it wasn't written for the prompt, but it was turned in as a prompt. But because of what this subject is, we're going to read it. And Ash is, "Ah, you and Harry are millionaires, Leslie." Abso-freaking-lutely. And so this is by Randomer Bob, SXYZ. And he always has interesting captions. And since it's not on a slide, I see the caption, so I'm going to read it. And it says, this is a repost of something I pinned a while ago, and it was prompted by the Society of Secretly Perfect Poets, VJHD, and myself, and asking for a right for Child Abuse Prevention Month. In her career as a health professional, one of the things my wife got involved in was giving talks to fellow health professionals on the importance of safeguarding children. In her talks, she would pin up a copy of the "I Want to Believe" poster from Spooky Mulder's office in the X-Files to illustrate the rule of optimism by which people will overlook the warning signs that abuse is taking place because they are desperate to believe the best of others. And that is so true. We do that constantly. And so this is his poem, "The Rule of Optimism." Evil, unbelievable, too good people, easy deceived with their need to believe. We find 8, 9, 10 reasons to give the benefit of the doubt to the abuser over the accuser, to look to find in others the good and the best and ignore all the rest. It's like Spooky Mulder's office posters pinned up in their mind. I want to believe, it tells them, in the goodness of mankind. We flee from the darkness, we reach for the light, and it blinds and dazzles our sight. Unreasonable doubt. We're bent backwards to limbo dance under the door to escape the uncomfortable room to the nice world that we knew before. We do that with everything. Um, I think a really good example of us doing that is just even our constant use of the word humanity and saying what's happening to us as wonderful, loving, kind humans, when in reality, while there are incredibly, beautifully strong, wonderful, loving, kind, amazing humans, humans are jerks quite a lot of the time. And we do horrifically horrible things to each other. We do horrifically horrible things to the people we love. And for some reason, we don't want to acknowledge or grasp that, because I think to acknowledge or grasp that somehow makes us think less of ourselves when it shouldn't. Acknowledging it and grasping it should actually make us, in a way, feel stronger because we see ourselves. Harry says humans are responsible for all the best and worst things. Yeah, we do. We do incredible things and we do horrific things, but we make excuses for and try to find a way around the bad so that we can just praise ourselves as being magnificent. Um, with the good, it's a weird thing, but I like that this is bringing it out because it kind of circles around for the whole show in that we know, if you watch, if you pay attention, you know if something's wrong. You can feel if something's off. You can see it in someone. But we're taught to put blinders on and not say anything. We're taught not to butt in. We don't want to. We don't want to think that our neighbor could do that a teacher could do that a nurse, a doctor, a preacher could do some of the horrible things that people do. We don't want to think that children can do it, that teenagers, all these different things. We don't want to believe our parents can do it, our siblings can do it. And yet, everybody has a mother, everybody has a father, everybody has a brother or a sister if they have siblings. Everybody has a neighbor. Everybody is someone's something. So these things do happen. And these things happen no matter how many friends someone has or doesn't have, or how wealthy they are, or how poor they are, or what country they live in, what religion they have. None of that matters in the sense of it happens everywhere. And if you have suspect that it's happening, instead of saying, well, maybe I'm wrong, and trying to find all these reasons that it couldn't be, maybe just take a moment and ask the person if they're okay. Look a little deeper, pay a little more attention. Don't be afraid. We don't want to say anything because we don't want to embarrass ourselves. We don't want to embarrass the other person. We don't want to get judged by our peers. There's all these weird reasons that we don't want to do it that usually come back upon ourselves. Now, mind you, there is some cases where you don't want to do something if there's not a way to get the person's safety because it will cause that person more harm. but that doesn't mean you don't do anything at all. Um, so I want to believe, and that really sums us up on everything. We want to believe so bad that we will ignore what's right in front of our eyes quite often. Um, and when it comes to child abuse, the children really suffer for that. And then they grow into adults who have all that have suffered. And then many times it becomes a cycle. Um, so I really like this poem and I like what he wrote about it in the caption and that he brought this to attention. And I kind of adore his wife for putting that on the wall, that and using that in their safeguarding classes. That kind of makes me smile. So this has been the Society of Secretly Perfect Poets, and I want to thank all of the poets who wrote to this subject. They each gave their all in an incredible way. With every poem was different, wasn't it? Brought up a different aspect of the subject, and some poems just really poured out, and others poured out their own experiences, and others poured out things they've observed. It was powerful, and I think I can speak for Harry and the Overlord when I say we are honored and humbled to have been given the trust to be able to read these and talk about these um, on film. Thank you guys so much for trusting us in that way. That is a gift in and of itself, and one we do not take advantage of and do not take for granted at all. Ash says, if nothing else, making ourselves available is all we can do. And it's wonderful, Bob. Yes, absolutely. And Harry is thanking everyone for writing and being here too. Yes, and thank you everybody who has been in the room this whole time here and has been conversing with us and listening and giving your thoughts. It really means a lot. And so, and Overlord says, yes, absolutely, hug and loves. And Leslie says, everyone did a phenomenal work. They did. This has been deeply, deeply moving. And Kylie says, thanks for hosting such an important subject. I'm glad you have heard the poems I have. We are so glad to have had you here, Kylie, and you're welcome here anytime. Thank you so, so much for giving your input and for showing support to the poets. It means the world. And Leslie says, have a beautiful evening, everyone. Yes, have a beautiful evening. And remember to smile to someone and to pay attention and to not be afraid to speak up. And if you are in this situation uh, where this is happening to you, you you can overcome it. It can get better. Don't give up ever. Never, ever, ever give up. There are people out there who will believe in you, even if someone who's around you right now doesn't. There's people out there who will, and you have to tell yourself that. Tell yourself that over and over and over again, if that's what it takes. And so, with that, we invite you to come see us on Instagram at Society of Secretly Perfect Poets. Read the incredible poets that are a part of our community. Uh, and come see us here on YouTube. As the Overlord points out, there is not going to be a live tomorrow. I have a prior engagement that I cannot get out of. Unfortunately, that we're not going to have a live tomorrow. So we will see you back next Sunday, where we will have a secret prompt again, and we will have some amazing poetry that we're going to be reading from our Mission Impossible prompts of next week. We invite you to, it's still the child abuse. This month is still going on. So by all means, reach out and see in your community what you can do if you would like to. Um, if you're a poet, you want to write some poetry or just talk about it, go for it. Have conversations with your family, with your children. Every little thing counts on something like this. And so for that, uh, on behalf of everyone, thank you so much for joining us. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your evening, morning, or day, depending upon where you are, and a beautiful rest of your week. And we are the Society of Secretly Perfect Poets. We are the voices beyond the den. We are the cats who will always win. We are poets of imagination, creativity, and meow scratching alphabetical dexterity. We search for clues and hunt for treats. We base our prose on instinctual beats. We keep a sharp eye towards various causes. We attract certain types of poetic pauses. We have a propensity for finding the fun when not being studiously serious with puns. We are the voices above the fray. We are a safe place for those with something to say. May your paws stay forever inky. Good night.